can be 1 kilometer, 1.1 kilometer, 1.5 kilometer. It can take any number of values, right? There are no fixed number of outputs. That is our regression problem. So this is clear, regression? Okay, what else we have? Structured data, semi-structured data, and unstructured data. Okay, what is structured data? It is present in the form of rows and columns. What is semi-structured data? In rows and columns, we can also have text information, right? It is not always that numbers are present. So this is semi-structured data. And what is unstructured data? Totally unstructured? Text, images, videos, audio, all those things. Okay? And what are videos? Videos are nothing but continuous images. Right. So we heard this term, right? FPS. What exactly that means? Frames per second. So let's say I'm saying 100 FPS. What exactly that means? It is changing 100 images in a second. Right. And that looks like a video. Right? Okay. Then I think, yeah, these are the major things. Yep. In semi-structured data, it is the inclusion of structured and unstructured data. Okay, we do some pre-processing operations and make it structured form. In terms of email. Because email can be represented in JSON format. Right. We'll have from to, right. So those are JSON formats. And it is comparatively easy for us to convert semi-structured into structured. Okay. You got the point or still clear? No, I understand you. You're saying that email is semi-structured data, correct? Okay, I'll do one thing. Yeah, you are not clear, sir.
So see, my point is I see email as text, right? So text is unstructured data. Now again, we are saying that email is part of semi-structured data, so it's a little confusing to me.
Okay. So whenever I'm talking about email, for us it is visible in the format of just we read text. But there's some other things as well. We have JSON format. Are you aware of JSON format? So email can be easily represented in JSON format. That is the reason why we consider it as semi-structured data. Okay, semi-structured data is the combination of structured and unstructured data. Okay, so it's including both. Text is obviously unstructured data. And we have that JSON format where we have from to, we will have all the threads. So that is structured part where we can represent it in rows and columns. So it is the combination of both of those things. Okay. Right, so computer vision, again, we have seen all the things. All the things will be given to you guys, okay? All the documents are for you guys only, so you'll be able to go through those things. What were the limitations? Again, that we are not able to work with unstructured data. That's why we went to deep learning. And then we have this image classification, which we have discussed, where we have only one object. How is it able to identify? Using pixel values. Like pixels will be next to each other, right? What is the pattern in that? Using that, it is able to identify. And then we have seen what is videos. It's a continuous images. An image is stored in the form of pixels. And we have seen the example for the teachable machine. Okay. Right. Now, this is a quick recap of what we have covered. So now let's get started with this particular generative AI part. Okay, 11 labs we have seen. Yesterday, while working with the teachable machine, we have seen how we are converting this audio to spectrogram. Right. So to make it simpler, let's take this. When I'm pronouncing H and when I'm pronouncing E. H, E. There's a difference in the frequency levels. So that is what it is representing here. Right. So for us it is very less, right? Significantly there's no much difference for us. But mathematically it's a huge difference. So this is how it is able to understand the different audio data. It is representing in the form of image, and again our same image algorithms whichever are there, they are able to understand and make sense of it. Okay, so what exactly we do? There's a huge amount of data, and that data we are going to use to train the model. Right. Now, what exactly model is going to do? Let's take this example. 2, 4, 6. After that, what it will come? 8. How do we know this? There's a pattern. I'm increasing 2, 2, 2. This is the very simple pattern. Machines are really good at identifying the complex patterns. Right. So whenever there's a sound which has been converted into spectrogram, there will be a pattern available which is highly impossible for humans' eye to notice it. That is where mathematics comes into the picture. Right. So there the pattern is very clear. What exactly is happening, it will be able to understand. Okay. So this is how our audio is trained on. We have this, and these are some of the training models, which is again not that important for us to dive into. Okay, we have GANs, we have diffusion model, transformer based model, neural vocoders and encoders we have. Okay, and this is one of the application 11 labs, which is used by many industries for the audios. They have a good quality of audios where they convert text to speeches and into various languages as well. Okay, so these are some of the use cases which we have already heard, right? That particular Weekend Warriors, that was generated by 11 labs. Okay, and these are some of the alternatives of 11 labs, and this is the pricing. This is what it is going to cost. If you are going to use it, this is what it is going to cost us. All right, now let's talk about video. So there are some of the applications which are good at generating videos as well. We have one more small video clip which was generated by AI. We'll see that video.
Kini saat kita bersama sungguh sangat kumat. Kini
So see these kind of things. So for why we have generated this, I'll tell you. We are looking for this generations because I think yesterday I think I did not mention this. We have also partnered with one school in Bihar. Okay, there's one district in Bihar, Malmal. In that district, we have partnered with one school, Great Indian Academy. They want AI curriculum for first standard to 10th standard. That's where the world is going, from first standard to 10th standard. So obviously, for first standard, I'm not going to go and teach deep learning, right? So it's not going to work. The parents are going to come and hit me then. What are you teaching here? Okay. So to spark curiosity, and one of the biggest problem with AI is it takes your creativity away. Anything, whatever the work you give, you'll just go to ChatGPT, ask it, and get it done. So that's going to be a biggest problem, right? So we are planning to come up with some assignments where we see how effectively they are using AI as well, right? So I'm not going to ask anyone to stop using AI, use your brain, right? It's like asking don't use car, come on bicycle. Does it make sense? No, right? The technology is available for us. We have to use it, but we have to use it in a proper way, right? So there are various applications which AI can do for us, but we have to make sure that we are using our creativity. At the end of the day, there might be a job which initially 10 people needs to do it. But with AI, one person can replace it if he has the enough knowledge and good creativity on it. Okay, not anyone simply just using ChatGPT can replace your job, right? Because I think everyone have seen that, right? Ask anything, it will give you any answer. ChatGPT and all those kind of things. Even though these are so big models, but still they're not able to give us the better outputs. Okay, so these are some of the apps which you can use to generate, and then again, this is a bit costly. Video generation requires lot of GPU power, lot of computations, and it is a bit costly. Okay, and for images we have this Midjourney, ideogram, right? Stable diffusion. So these are most commonly used for images. Right. So panda riding a bicycle. So just to imagine and then again ask a painter to paint, it is going to be expensive, right? Now, how exactly these things are happening? Right? See, when I'm saying horse riding, right? So there's an association with here. Horse riding involves three things. What are those three things? Horse, rider, and what is the third thing? Moving, right? Riding part, like location or moving that. So these things, images are there, but these things also has to be associated with those as well. When I'm saying horse, okay, AI is able to understand what is horse. When I'm saying riding, it needs to understand there needs to be a man sitting on it. Correct. So we label the data like that. While we are training, we make sure that it is labeled properly to understand what exactly it is. So if you can read here, AI is trained on huge data set of images, text pairs. The image, text pairs. So when I'm saying this particular image I'm seeing, what exactly are you able to see? A person is riding a horse. So these things also we need to train the AI on. Okay. Then understanding our prompt. So whenever I say apple, red apple, or those kind of things, model needs to understand what exactly I'm talking about. It needs to associate. If I'm saying apple, usually it will give red apple. But if I say green apple, it will give the image of green apple. So it needs to associate that particular text with that particular image. Okay. Right. So these things I'm going from overview itself. We are not going to dive into much details, but text generation is something where we will understand each and every point in depth. Okay. So we have this GANs model, diffusion model, and auto-regressive model. So how this basically GANs model work is, we will give an original image, and we will give a random starting point. We will ask the model to learn how you are going to generate this image. It is going to do various computations, and it is going to generate. Who is going to do that? Generator. Right. So it is generated this face. Does this face look like real face? No. So then we have this discriminator. What is the job of this discriminator? Yes. So what it does is it compares original or real image with the image generated one. And it says, hey, what you have generated, it is not nice. Go back, do again. It's actually a manager kind of thing. Right. Hey, your work is not good, go back and do once more. Right. So this is going to happen until and unless it is able, this discriminator should not be able to distinguish that, okay, this is an image, this is a real image, this is a generator image. If it is not able to distinguish, then that image is the output for that. So until then, it is going to go back and update our weights. So these are the neural networks, right? So those weights and biases are going to be updated. Okay. And we have this diffusion model, same thing where with some noise, it will start pixel by pixel, it will try to change and it will try to give the best image. This is one more thing, auto-regressive. It tries to predict the next pixel. It goes step by step. Others are doing in a different way, and these are some of them. So what will be the next pixel? Okay, green. After this, there might be blue pixel. So like this, it tries to predict and learn what exactly is going to be the next pixel. All right? All right. Now the main part. So whenever I say generative AI, which model comes into your mind? ChatGPT. Why? Widely used. Even though there are some better models in some different applications, but still we say ChatGPT. Right. Same thing. How many of you know this Xerox is actually not Xerox? It's a name of a company. But why do we use it? Yes. So there's this first movers advantage in any companies or any field. If a person has started that trend, so the activities associated with them. Okay. So that is the reason why whenever we say when we say any generation, immediately it comes to our mind is ChatGPT. But we have various different models. We have Claude, which is really good in coding. We have Gemini, and all the different models are available. Okay. All right. So this fun activity, let's do this fun activity. So everyone, you can open your laptops. Let me just get this particular thing. One second, guys. All right, I'm unable to find the document, but I'll tell you the activity, what exactly the activity is. There are two activities. First one is using ChatGPT, we can write a song. Okay, and using Suno AI, it's again for free. We can generate the vocals for that. Okay, that is one activity. Okay, that is one. And another activity is, let's decide 5 unique words. And using those unique words, you need to generate a prompt of 50 words, not more than that. And we have to generate an image. Okay, so let's decide 5 words. I'm going to give the first word, and we can pick remaining 4 words from audience. Okay, so first word is donkey. Okay, next we'll take from this one word. Anyone in that row? One word, unique word, anything, unrelated. First one is donkey. Anyone? Sorry? Anesthesia. Okay. First is donkey. Please note it down. Second one is anesthesia, correct? The one which doctors give to make patient to sleep, right? Okay. It's going somewhere. We'll come there. Second word here. Third word, sorry. Grass. Okay. Donkey, anesthesia, grass. One word from here. Sorry. Pride. Mars. Okay. We'll take a few words. Okay. No, donkey, anesthesia, grass, and we'll take Mars, because pride is little difficult to show. Or we'll take pride as well. Let's take pride as well. Okay. So we have donkey, anesthesia, grass, pride, and Mars. We'll take one more word. In that row, anyone? One word? Cloud. One word, please. Doctor. Tractor. Tractor. Okay, tractor is a good word. So using the 6 words, let's generate a prompt of 50 to maximum 60 words, and then using ideogram, let's generate an image. Okay, so take 5 minutes and quickly do this activity, and if someone found it is really funny, then you guys can raise your hand, we will see it. Okay, shall I repeat the words? Donkey, anesthesia, grass, pride, Mars, and tractor. The prompt should be less than 60 words or 60 words. Think and be creative how you need to ask, right? How it needs to connect. All these things has to be connected. Get a prompt, using that prompt generate an image. You can give few things and ask ChatGPT to generate it, but the limit is 60. Mars, the planet Mars. Okay, I'll go from very start. We have 6 words: donkey, anesthesia, grass, pride, Mars, tractor. Okay, using ChatGPT, generate a prompt of maximum 60 words and using ideogram. Okay, I'll display the name of that particular website. ideogram or ideogram, how do we call it? Using this ideogram, we have to generate the image. And if you feel that it is actually funny, then you can raise your hand and we'll have a look into it. Okay? And another assignment, you guys can do it in your break. Write a song using ChatGPT and use Suno AI to make it vocal. Okay? Yeah, 6 words. Using the 6 words, generate a prompt using ChatGPT or any other application. Then use that prompt in this ideogram. Okay, you can use it in ChatGPT to generate image, but let's use multiple applications. Has anyone completed? Okay, so do you really feel it is funny or no? Is it worth me seeing or no? Yes? Okay, keep one. I'll take that for the audience. I'll not be able to see everyone's, please. If it's really funny, then we can. Okay. You've generated a prompt. No, I need images, direct image. Okay. 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 Grass is missing. Anyone? Grass is missing. Okay, dry grass. Anesthesia is missing. Anesthesia? That word is missing. Fine. Now it. Anyone? Okay, anesthesia. You gave anesthesia to a donkey? Okay. Makes sense. So I'll be taking only one image to show to you guys. Everyone have generated really good images, but let me just show this image. settings. Is it Mac? Duplicate the screen. I'll hold you to. No, fine, fine. I'll. Hmm. All right. So how many of you are able to generate image like this? Hmm? A donkey is a doctor. That means he can give anesthesia, and he's on Mars, the background. But there's some grass as well, right? So this is just one example. Okay. So in the break time, you guys can write the songs and use Suno AI to make it vocal. Okay. Now, yes, I think it's enough fun. Right. Now let's dive into actual technical concepts now. Okay. All right. So we have seen why NLP is so important, because everything and anything is associated with text, right? So what exactly do I mean when I say NLP? NLP stands for Natural Language Processing. Okay, what exactly this means? So whatever we speak, it's a natural language. We are speaking in English, Hindi, Kannada, Telugu, whatever we speak, it's a natural language. Now we need to make sure that this is understood by computers. So that process is nothing but natural language processing. The process of making computers understand our human text. Okay, that is nothing but our natural language processing. Machine learning and deep learning algorithms, whenever I say this, what exactly they are actually? These are nothing but mathematical models or mathematical algorithms. That means what should be the input for this? Numbers, correct. So whenever we speak, do we speak in numbers or we speak in text? Text. Now there's a problem here. We can't make computers understand text. But computers only need numbers. Whenever I talk about machine learning algorithms, or even if I'm talking about deep learning algorithms, these are also nothing but mathematical models which takes input as numbers. So what we need to do? We need to make sure that we are converting text into numbers. How to do that? We'll see that. Okay, before that, like we have seen, there are two types of problems. One is classification problem and another one is regression. In classification, we have fixed number of outputs. In regression, we have various possibilities of the outputs, right? Same thing in our NLP also, we have two types of problems. One is classification problem and another one is regression. So classification is nothing but just document classification. When I'm saying email, ham or spam, is it a good email or a spam email? Here, am I generating anything or am I just classifying the things? Just classifying the things. But whereas I'm talking about ChatGPT, here I'm generating the answers. So there are two types of problems in our natural language processing as well. Right. So the first type of problem comes under NLU, natural language understanding. We are not generating anything. We are just understanding and we are classifying and keeping it in the different parts. Then we have natural language generation, which is nothing but our generative AI part. Okay. Then where this NLP actually fits in, it's a application which uses deep learning. Why it uses deep learning? Because unstructured data. We are dealing with unstructured data. That is the reason why it is using deep learning. But there's a possibility after pre-processing we can also use machine learning in this. While I'm doing the email classification, after I perform some pre-processing operations, I can use machine learning as well. But for the generative AI part, we can't go with the machine learning algorithms. Right. Now, these are the basic steps followed in our NLP. What are the steps? First, we need, okay, so first what we need to do? We need to collect the data. Then after, what we are going to do? We are going to do the segmentation. Okay, so for everyone who is taking images, these notes will be given. Okay, everything whatever is displayed on the screen is for you guys. Right, so need not to worry, everything will be given in the form of PDF. I've shown you this drive, right? In that drive, everything is uploaded. Okay, let's say generative AI, right? And I have this generative AI presentation. Okay, so we'll be updating with the newer presentations and we'll be uploading those things. Entirely, whatever we see on the screen is available as a notes for you. So you guys can pay attention here, and later on you guys can take the notes from the drive. Okay, yes. I'm not sure. Okay, so, okay, collection of the data. After collection, what we are going to do? We are going to do the sentence segmentation. Then we are going to do the tokenization. After tokenization, what we are going to do? Lowercase, removal of stop words, stemming or lemmatization, words to vectors. This is where I'm converting words into numbers. Okay, and then we are going to use the algorithms. Now let's take this example and understand all the steps. The very first thing what we have done, we have collected the data. After this, sentence segmentation. Why do we do sentence segmentation? We are breaking down larger sentence into smaller sentence so that we can pre-process it properly. So what exactly is sentence segmentation? It breaks down larger sentence into smaller sentence. Okay. After this, I'm going to do the tokenization. For that particular sentence, I'm going to even break it down into smaller words. Each word will be one token. Okay, why we are doing all this? So that we can convert words into numbers. All right. So data collection, sentence segmentation, tokenization. Is this three things clear for everyone? Okay. Then what are we going to do next? Lower or lowering the cases. So let's say I'm talking about one particular person, Rahul. Okay. In the first, I'm going to take R as capital. And then when I'm talking about him in the sentence, maybe I'm going to use his name again, but with small r. As Python is case sensitive language. What do I mean by case sensitive? Capital R and small r are treated differently. That means capital R Rahul and small r Rahul will be different for program. Because of this, the number of words will increase. Same word, but again it is present too many times, right? So what we are going to do is we are going to convert everything into lowercase, so that these kind of words we can reduce it. Whenever we are taking the unique words, we will be able to reduce the count of those words, right? So that is the reason why we do the lower. Okay, we are converting into lower cases. And after that, I'm going to remove the stop words. What exactly are stop words? See, these are some words which does not bring much meaning to the sentence. Okay, let's take an example. A boy was driving a car. Okay, here A, if I remove, and okay, what is that? Okay, let's take this example itself. I want to remind you about the science project. Right, so that's the first sentence. And read the second sentence where we have removed the stop words. What is the second sentence? So are you able to understand the meaning with the second sentence as well? All the important words are present. Right, only the connecting words are gone. Right, so this is again reducing the number of words so that we can reduce the size of our data. Here we are taking like 10-15 words, but in reality how many words we'll have? Thousands and thousands of words. So this particular small change will be a significant change. Okay, so we are going to remove stop words, and here we can also define our own set of stop words. In your business use case, there might be some words which are not that useful. So you are going to define those set of stop words, and you are going to filter out those set of stop words from your given text. Okay, so this is about our removal of stop words. Still there's a chance of reducing even more. Right? Let's take this go, gone, and going. For all this, we have the base word go, right? So what we try to do is we have two techniques, stemming and lemmatization. What stemming does is it removes the last few words. Because of that, the meaning might be gone. The word might lose its meaning. But still, when we are going with the classification problem, that particular thing makes sense. Because we are not generating any output. What are we trying to do in classification? We are classifying the documents, right? So even though the meaning of that particular word has been lost, it does not matter much, right? It's just going to remove few words and it is going to make the word shorter. That's it. But when it comes to lemmatization, when we are generating the words as an output, that time we need to have the meaning where it goes to the root word. Go, going, and gone. What is the root word for this? Go. So it just makes sure that it is converting into go. Okay, all this is nothing but simply to reduce the size of the data so that we are able to convert those things into numbers and make sense out of it. Okay, so this is about our stemming or lemmatization. In the first stemming, it is going to just remove last few words. Okay, yes, I think because of the luck where last two words have also removed, it had the same meaning. But in this example, the difference is not clear, but I'll tell the simple differences. In stemming, we just remove last words. Last words, like 2 or 3 words. I mean, like letters. Words in I'm saying like letters, alphabets. Last 3 or 4 alphabets we are going to remove. We are not going to look into the root word for that. But in lemmatization, we are going to look into the root word and make it. Okay, so for stemming, I can say maybe I'll also remove this T. Last 3 words I'm going to remove. So WAN it can become. But in lemmatization, it goes and find the root word for that. Right? So that is the lemmatization part. Okay. Yep. Sorry, I lost you. I just heard stemming and lemmatization. Stemming or lemmatization. Is it and or? Okay, either of one. If it is classification, we go with stemming. If it is generation problem, we go with lemmatization part. Okay, but the thing is, we don't do all these things because we use the pre-trained models, right? So we don't sit and do all these things. But if we need to understand how all these things has happened, this is what the background was for all that. Okay. Yep. Yeah, that is where we are not generating any output from that. Now we are only using it for classification purpose. In NLU part, okay, it is not generating anything. It is just using that words to classify this document. Okay, this is ham, this is spam. Right? In ham we will have that. Sorry, in spam we will have lottery winner. Right? You won the prize. Again and again those words will be there. Right? So using that kind of thing. See, lemmatization. What it does is, let's say go, going, and gone. Okay, it goes in the dictionary and search for the root word for that. Okay, for going, what is the root word? Go is the root word. It replaces going by go. For gone, what is the root word? Go. So lemmatization will take time compared to stemming. Stemming will be done very fast, but lemmatization will take some amount of time. Okay? All right. Yes. Hmm. No, see, here, what are we trying to achieve? That is important. Hmm. No, no, see, that is where we are not training the entire model on this itself. Correct. For model to identify patterns, we are going to use this. Right. The entire model is not going to be trained on this process itself. Okay. To train on grammar, we are going to use a different data. Right. And using combining both, we are going to generate the outputs. Okay. This is to generate a huge amount of data. Right. Let's say if it is a huge amount of data, we need to somehow identify the patterns, right? To do that, we are going to do this. Not to generate next word. So there are again various things. We have Next, sentence prediction. Okay, we'll be seeing all those things. How that particular thing is working in that aspect, we'll get that clear later. Okay. But in everything, we are not going to do this case. This is for converting words into vectors. We are trying to reduce the size of the data. That's it. It's not compulsory that you have to do these things and then only train. Okay. Hmm. Hmm. No, not that. Yep. So there's a separate technique for that. We have convolution matrix and all those things. There's a separate technique for that one, for image part. Okay, so we're not going to do lemmatization and stemming that aspect. Okay, we have convolutional layers, we have pooling layers. Anyone, have you guys studied about this? Convolutional layers, pooling layers? Right, so you guys know, right? So what exactly we do is, there's again separate process. Maybe after this workshop, I'll just give you a brief on that, okay? That is very interesting. That is what we are going to discuss in detail. Okay. Before we dive into this particular thing, let's do a quick recap of whatever the things we have studied. The very first thing what we need to do is we need to collect the data. Then after that we need to do the sentence segmentation. We are dividing a huge sentence into smaller sentences, and then we are going to perform tokenization. We are dividing that big sentence into smaller tokens. After tokenization, what we are going to do? We are going to convert things into lowercase. Why are we doing this? It is case sensitive, but why are we doing this? To reduce the size of the data. After that, what we are going to do? Remove the stop words, unnecessary words. What are stop words? The words which does not add much meaning to my sentence. Removing those stop words. After that, stemming or lemmatization, not both the things, okay? Stemming or lemmatization. Post that, we are converting words into vectors. Okay, now to do so, we have various techniques available. To convert words into vectors, we have various different techniques available. The very first technique is one-hot encoding. Then we have bag of words. Then we have TF-IDF and word-to-vec. Okay, so let's look into the very first technique, one-hot encoding. Let's take this two sentence as an example. A boy was driving a car and a girl was driving a car. So this particular things, I have to convert it into numbers. And rather than saying numbers, we are going to say vectors. That is why you see this word to vectors kind of thing. Okay, these are nothing but vectors. So first let's take this. A boy was driving a car. This is the sentence which I want to convert it into numbers. Before this, what we are going to do is, in the first row, we are going to note down all the unique words. What do I mean by unique words? Every word once. Just once I'm going to note it down. Okay, here we are taking a very small example, but in reality it is going to be huge example, huge data. Right, so all the unique words are a boy was driving car, girl. So there are all the unique words. I'm not going to use any repetitive words here. Now, in the first column, I'm going to represent my first sentence. A boy was driving a car. Right? Then next what we are going to do? Wherever there's an intersection, like first see one. Next, go to the next row. Boy was driving a car. Now, suppose I hide this sentence. So already, see, read the sentence example. A is capital there. But in the box in this, oh, is it? Okay, I did not notice that. Here also it's small. Okay, boy was capital. Right. So is this clear how we convert? Yes. Hmm. Hmm. That's it. Simple. It's clear now how it is. Yes. Any questions? are taking example to understand. That's it. Okay, so if I remove stop words here, then that will be gone. This is an example to understand. That's it. Any questions? Yep. Hmm. Hmm. Yes, because I want to represent that sentence into numbers. In the hmm, A is present 2 times. Correct. So I want to represent that sentence into number. Okay, so that is why I'm not removing any this one unique words. I'm keeping all the sentence, because if I remove that A, then it will be different meaning. Okay, but on the top I'm taking unique words so that I can represent this sentence using that unique words. Okay. Yes. Sorry. Huh. Yes, again in pre-processing we have to make it as 2 words. Hmm. What? They're not actually 2 words, you're saying. Hmm. No, see, again, it depends on the use case as well, right? So if that kind of words you have, right? So you need to make sure that either you're doing the pre-processing in such a way that it has to be 1 word. You have to remove that hyphen and make it as 1 word. Okay. But in generic, what it follows, the simple process is, if anything is there, it splits into 2 words. Okay. Yes. See, one thing we need to understand, don't get confused with the task which I have said before and this one. Okay, I have taken very simple examples for us to understand. Right. If you want, again, I can remove those things. But it is a simple example for us to understand. That means it does not mean that I'm removing this stop words in this particular example. In generic way, it goes that way, but this is the example just to understand how words are converted into vectors using one hot encoding. Okay, so don't mix it up with our removal of the stop words and all those things. Okay. So is this clear, everyone? Now, looking into this, can you guys tell me what might be the problem here? Yes? Yes. Okay. Hmm. 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 Absolutely. Absolutely. See, looking into this particular matrix, we have lot of zeros and very few ones. That means the matrix is giving less information, but it is taking more space. So this problem is known as sparse matrix problem. What is sparse matrix? When we have lot of zeros. In sparse matrix, we have lot of zeros and very few ones. That is our sparse matrix problem. Okay. Now, to overcome with this, this is our sparse matrix problem, which requires lot of memory. It is nothing but wastage of memory. To overcome with this, we came up with bag of words technique. Right. Same sentence, but we are using a different approach to convert this into numbers. Okay. So what exactly are we going to do? Very first thing is, we are going to arrange them in the order of frequency. In the entire data, how many times A is present? Okay. So based on the frequency, I'm going to arrange the words. A was driving, boy, bike, girl, car. Okay, I've taken do different things. A girl is driving a car and a boy is driving a bike now. Okay. So very first step, what we are going to do? Arrange the words based on the frequency that it is present. Right. So in the entire data is referred as corpus. Okay. So in that, how many times A is present? In my entire data, how many times A is present? 4 times. So based on the frequency, I'm going to arrange those words. Okay. Then the next thing what I'm going to do is, I'm going to take sentence 1. Right. First, A is present how many times? Like A, I'm going to go sequence wise. A, take 1. Then we have, make it boy. Then wherever boy is there, place 1 there. Was, driving. Again we have A. So what I'll be doing? I'll be making that A 2 times. A car. Right. So I've represented that particular sentence in the form of words. But there's again a problem here. See, first problem we have solved, right? Using this particular words, I'm able to get the representation of that particular sentence. But what is the problem now? Meaning is lost. Sequence is lost. So that is the biggest problem with bag of words. What it is not able to give the importance of a word, which word is important in that particular sentence. Okay, so these are the techniques how it started, but we are not using these techniques now. Just to understand how the workflow has came across, we need to understand this. First we had one hot encoding. The problem was sparse matrix, lot of zeros. To remove that we came up with bag of words, but here it is not able to capture which word is important. In the given sentence, a boy was driving a bike. What are the two most important words here? A boy was driving a bike. Boy and bike. Okay. And in the second sentence, girl and car. Remaining other things are similar, right? In the both the sentences, all the other things are similar. Okay. So now we need to capture the important words. Which word is important? That we need to get. So this is where we came up with TF-IDF. Okay, term frequency, inverse document frequency. Okay, what exactly is term frequency? How many times that word is present? It's a formula, okay? Number of repetitions of a word in a sentence by the total number of words in a sentence. Okay, how many times that word is present in the sentence divided by the total number of words in the given sentence. So this is how I'm going to calculate the term frequency for all the words. Let's take this example, A. How many times A is present? In the first sentence, how many times A is present? 2 times. And what is the total number of words? 6, 2 by 6. Similarly, I'm going to calculate the term frequency for all the words. Okay. Same thing for the sentence 2. So I've calculated TF. Now I need to calculate IDF, inverse document frequency. Okay. What is inverse document frequency? It is the log of number of sentences divided by number of sentences containing that particular word. Okay. How many sentences we have? So log of 2 by 2. Log 1, which is 0. Okay. Same thing now I'm going with was driving boy. How many sentences are there? 2. But in how many sentences boy is present? 1. 2 by 1. We will get some value. So only boy and bike, in the first sentence we have some value. Rest of all the elements will be 0. Same thing for the sentence 2. Girl and car will be having some values. Rest of all the other values will be 0. This is how we are able to capture which word is important. Then what we do is we take that term frequency and inverse document frequency and we are going to multiply both of those. Okay, so here we have calculated term frequency, right? 2 by 6 or whatever it is. And here we have calculated inverse document frequency. So whatever that 0 is there, it is going to make sure the other term is also 0 if you are multiplying it. So the only two terms which will be left in the first sentence will be boy and bike. In the second sentence will be girl and car. So what are we able to do here? We are able to capture the importance of the words. Okay. Yes, I understand we are not able to have the sequence. We are not able to have the meaning here. Right. But still, what we are able to do here, capture the important words. This is again very helpful in classification problems. Okay. All right. So inverse document frequency. It captures, it is able to capture important words but not meaning. This is where we come up with word to vec. This is where the actual revolution of the entire NLP industry has taken place. Okay, so there's one very beautiful example which I want you guys to read it later on as well. So I'm going to open this particular example to it. How many of you know this person, Jay Alma? Have you guys read his articles? No one? You know Jay Alma, right? So he's one of the top leading industry experts in AI. and he makes the complicated things very simpler. We'll be using two of his articles here. One is word to vec and another one is transformers model. How many of you have heard about transformer model? How many of you know actually how it works? Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, we'll be learning about those things as well. Okay, so before we dive into word to vec, a very quick recap. One hot encoding, bag of words, TF-IDF. We have seen so far all the things, but here the biggest issue was we are not able to capture the relationship between the words. Wait, let's say man, woman, king. What is the fourth word? Man, woman, king. What is the fourth word? How do we know this? There's a relationship between the words, which our model is not yet able to identify. This is where word to vec comes into the picture. Okay, we're not going to understand each and every details of the architecture here, but we'll just get a brief idea how exactly it is happening. Okay, so what exactly we try to do is we try to represent word into multiple vectors. So far what we were doing, one word we were representing in one number, but now we are going to represent one word into 300 numbers. One single word we are going to represent in how many numbers? 300 numbers. Okay, so we'll take an example with only 4 or 5 to make it simpler. But remember, one word is represented into 350 or maybe different vectors. Right. So let's take one simple example to understand here. Let's take, so your name? Raman. Yes. So your name? Avinash. Avinash, right? Okay. So let's say I am from Bangalore, Raman is from Bangalore, and Avinash is from Hyderabad. Okay. So who is more similar to me? Raman. How? Because I'm taking location as the judging factor. Correct. So like this, we will have multiple different things. Okay. Now let's say, but I like to go to play football, and Avinash also likes to play football. Okay. And let's say I like to eat biryani, Avinash likes to eat biryani. Now who is more similar to me? Because he does not likes to play football. Do you like biryani? Okay, so he's not that much into biryani. So now who is more similar to me? Avinash. Okay, so like this, I'm going to take 300 features to represent. A single word, I'm going to take 300 features to represent. And based on that, it will be able to tell who is more similar to me. Okay, now let's go back to the same example. There's one very beautiful this one. Okay, so can we dim the lights? Okay, fine. Okay, so here if you see, we have, okay, this color representation is nothing but numbers. Okay, remember, it's just for us to ease of understanding, we have represented in the form of colors. So if you see queen, woman, girl, man, king, queen, don't you see one dark blue line? That might be one feature which is representing all the things. So we have some similarities there. So like this, there will be similarities available. Okay, so are you getting the picture here what I'm trying to say? Right. A word is represented into how many vectors? 300 vectors. And there might be various different things which we are representing into. So if you see, there is lot of similarities between queen and woman, right? Yes, queen, woman, girl. And there's similarities between man, king, boy, right? So all these numbers are represented in the form of color. Okay, now there's one more similarity. If you see this dark blue, brown. Okay, this is again an assumption. It's just mathematical calculations which happens. What might be that similarity between all these things? Humans are made of water. That might be the similarity. Okay, so this is how we are able to get the relationship between words. Now, one good magic about word to vec is man. Okay, we'll take this example. Yeah. Is any reason why queen is written 2 times? Yes, that is because here. Okay. Now, when I'm saying king minus man plus woman, I'm doing this mathematically now. I'm not talking about the words. This is mathematically, where it is represented into 300 vectors. Right. So mathematically, when I'm doing this calculation, whatever the answer I'm going to get will be similar to queen. This is where the entire revolution has happened. Now machines are able to relate between words. Right? Because when we are generating the outputs, we need to know the relationship between the words. Unless and until we will not be able to generate right outputs. Because of this, now we are able to get the relationship between the words. Okay, now how this actually happens, if you want to understand, this needs 5-6 hours. Okay, all the calculations, right? So I would recommend, if anyone is interested into the in-depth of understanding of this one, you guys can read this article once. Okay, yep. Can we look at this as a? I'm not sure about that. So I've not studied that one to comment. Right, so is this clear? Yes, so word to vec, is it clear what exactly is happening? To put it in very simple terms, remember this, we are converting words into multiple vectors. The vectors can range between 50, 100, 250, 300 into the numbers. How it is converted? Again, there's a mathematics behind it. No, 300 is there. No, we can go with more, but again, it's a trade-off. 300 is able to represent it more accurately. Even if we go more, it will represent more accurately, but the computational resource will be even more. So we have limited to 300. Most of the models which are available, they are also available on 300. As we will see in future, as we are going with this transformers 512 representation. One word is represented into 512 vectors. Okay, it's not like 300, but this word to vec models are majorly trained up to 300 vectors. Okay, so is this clear? Word to vec, everyone or anyone have any doubts in word to vec? This is really important for us to understand that AI is not actually AI. It is just a really good pattern finder, that's it. So no doubts in this word to vec? Okay. Right, shall we take a break? Yeah. So we'll continue post break, okay? So let's be back in 15 to 20 minutes max, and we'll start with the remaining topics. right, I can see almost everyone is back. There are few still coming. So until then, let's have a quick recap, and then we'll be going to the transformers architecture. There's some problem with this word to vec as well. What is that problem we will understand, and then we will understand the transformers architecture. Okay? All right. So, so far what we have seen, we have understood what exactly NLP is about, right? Then we have seen various techniques available for the NLP part, correct? We have understood how or what are the different steps which is being performed in the pre-processing operations. Then we have seen how it has been how it is being converted into vectors. We have seen what were the different problems, and we have seen the last technique, which was word to vec. This technique was able to get the relationship between the words, correct? So this is what we have covered so far. All right. So now next, what do we have? Okay. So this is really important. If you see, we have two sentences here. What are the two sentences? An apple a day keeps the doctor away. And what is the second sentence? Steve Jobs is the founder of Apple. Now, are both apples same here, or do they have different meanings? We have different meanings. First one is fruit. Second one is a company, right? A tech company or a company name. But as of now, whatever the techniques we have seen, model is not able to distinguish between those two apples. For that particular word, meaning is same. Either it is company or this. There's no difference between those two apples. So this is again a biggest problem, right? When I'm talking about, let's say, fruit, and it is talking about company. Right? So it does not make sense. And there are many words with different meanings in our English, correct? Based on the associated words, we need to identify. This is where transformers architecture comes into the picture. So I think yesterday, if you remember, John was also saying that this was developed by whom? Transformers architecture? It was developed by Google. Okay. So here we have two major parts. One is encoder and another one is decoder. So looking into this architecture, are you able to understand what exactly it is? No, right? Because for me it was really difficult. Then there's this article which I said, right, from J. Almer. We'll be going through that article to understand what exactly transformers is about. Okay. So let's consider this transformers as a black box. What do we mean by black box? Anyone? We don't know what is happening inside. Correct. So we are giving an input. It is doing certain computations or something, and it is giving us the output. Okay. Let's consider the transformer is a black box. Now let's break this down into smaller things. Okay. Now in this transformers we have two elements. One is encoder, another one is decoder. Okay. Now we have how many encoders and how many decoders? We have 6 encoders and 6 decoders. Why 6? Based on the research, based on trying with multiple different numbers and layers, this was the optimal one, which is giving us the good results. Okay. So we have 6 encoders and 6 decoders in transformers. Okay. Then whatever the input I'm going to give is going to go to encoder. From one encoder to another encoder, it is going to pass through 6 encoders. Then the output of our final encoder is going to go to the all the 6 decoders. Okay. So we are not going to dive into much technicality here. Right. So in this encoder, this self-attention layer and feed-forward network, all those things are there. Okay. So I'm not going to talk about this in detail, but let's try to understand this aspect. Right. So when I'm saying an apple a day keeps the doctor away, and that particular apple refers to fruit. Correct. And when I'm talking about banana, lemon, and apple, what is this apple? Again, it's a fruit. When I'm talking about Samsung and let's say what are the different OnePlus and Apple, now this is tech company. How are you able to associate this? How are you able to understand this? Based on the associated words to that. That is what transformer also does. It does not just give the numbers based on its own numbers. It tries to associate with different words in the given sentence. Based on that, it will give the numbers. Now, let's say whenever I'm talking about a fruit, the sentence might be similar, right? In various sentences, there might be association to health, there might be association to vegetables, cooking, or something like that. In all the sentences, those kind of things will be there. And when I'm talking about tech company Apple, there might be some electronic components and all those things. So both of the apples have different words associated with it. Yes? Right. So same thing, our transformer is able to identify that. That is done by self-attention layer. Right. So if you see here, in the architecture we had this self-attention. What is the job of this self-attention? It tries to relate word with all the other words in the given sentence. Let's take this example. A dog was crossing a street. It was too tired. What does the it refers to here? Dog. How do we know that? Based on the sentence which we have gone through. So what this transformers will do is, it will try to relate it with all the other given sentence in the words. For all the other words, you can see it's trying to associate with it. And based on the strength, which has the highest strength, it will say that, okay, this particular dog, it is referring to dog. Okay, so it will not just have one relationship. It will try to, we will have multiple attention heads. If you can see here at the bottom, see. So not just one time, we are trying to relate it with all the words so many times. Like 7 is the number which we try to relate it with. 7 times I'm trying to associate with it, and all those things will give us different values. We will see which is the maximum value and we will consider that part. Okay, so this is how we are able to relate words with the neighboring words, and based on those neighboring words, it is giving me the numbers, vectors. What will be the vector size here? 512 dimensions. Okay, it is somewhere here. A word is represented in dimensionality of. So initially in word to vec we were representing it in how many? 300, right? Here we are representing it into 512 dimensions. That means a single word is having how many vectors? 512 vectors. Okay, so this is our transformers architecture in generic understanding. Okay, again there are different various things which we will not dive into, but one more important thing which we will see here is positional embedding. If you can see here, because we need to understand what word comes first, what word comes second, so that we can follow the sequence, right? So what are we going to do here? We are going to perform positional embedding. Okay, let's take this example. Where is the example? Okay, it's in another language. Let's say for x1, x2 and x3. These are the 3 words. So I'm going to define numbers in such a way that the distance between x1 and x3 will be more compared to the distance between x1 and x2. Okay, again that is happening mathematically. There are huge number of vectors which we are going to define it to. Right. But if I do the mathematical calculation, x1 will be more close to x2 than x3. Okay, and this is how we will be keeping track of the positional embeddings. That this word is first, this word is second, this word is third. Okay, so this is how we are able to keep the track of our sequence as well. Okay, a quick summary of what we have studied so far. There's a problem with our older techniques. The problem is same word, different meaning, but it is giving the same embeddings. Like an apple a day keeps the doctor away, and Tim Cook is the CEO of Apple, or Steve Jobs is the founder of Apple. To overcome with this, we are using transformers architecture, in which we have multi-head attention mechanism. Multi-head attention. Remember, multiple times I'm going to associate that word with all the other words in the given sentence, and I'm going to represent the word into vectors of how many dimensions? 512. Okay, so are you guys getting bored? Because this is just theory. Yep, right? Yes. So After this, we'll be going into practical. But we need to understand how these things are happening. Right? And then it will be making sense for us. Yep. Yes, we'll be not working on majorly of codes, but we'll be building some applications. We will be building a chatbot, we'll be building a rack system, and we'll be deploying a model on Hugging Face. Okay, so practical applications are there. I understand theory will be little boring. Right, and again I'm going through all the things superficial. I'm not even explaining everything in detail. But unless and until we understand what it is, we will never appreciate it. Without understanding also we have been using so long. But now whenever you use ChatGPT, imagine how many things are happening in the background. It's not just simple, it is generating the words because it knows it. And why all these things are coming now itself? Why these things did not come before? Computing power, GPUs, right? So initially we did not have those GPUs, right? So I have one more presentation, I'll show about that. Okay, let's go little off track to understand. So that you guys can actually understand what is happening and appreciate the technology as well. So whenever I say games, what comes to your mind? Mario. Yeah, that is Mario, and that is, I don't know that game. Anyone who knows the first game? No gamers here? Okay, I don't know. And second one is GTA, which is being coming from so many years. So what do we think whenever we say of games? We need a good GPU power. Correct. Same thing when I'm talking about AI models, here also we need a GPU. Okay, what exactly GPU is? It is graphical processing unit which can perform millions and billions of calculations in 1 second. How many calculations per second? To run this Mario game, we need how many? 100 million flops. What is flops? Floating point operations. Okay, so we are going to do 100 million calculations per second. Imagine the calculations which is going on in behind, right? So for the upcoming games, if you see how many calculations? In trillions. Okay, so that is why AI is also able to perform really good. See, whenever I'm talking about GPT-3, how many calculations it is doing in background? I don't know what is that, I can't even count. It's anyone? Something in trillions, right? More than trillions. So this is the power which it is required to run a model. That is the reason why it is able to see. Again, at the end of the day, what are we trying to do? We are representing all the words into vectors. That means we need to perform so many calculations, right? And now we have the resources to perform calculations as well, right? Because of this GPU, we'll be able to do the calculations. The algorithms were already available. When did this transformer architecture came? In 2017. It was released in 2017 itself, right? And specifically this GPT uses the decoder part. GPT stands for generative pre-trained GPT, generative pre-trained transformers. Okay, so this is about, okay, this is again the technical part. Let's not dive into this. So is this part clear, everyone? From now, little fun part starts. Now you guys will be able to make sense of all the other things. Okay, so now let's talk about LLMs. This is why we all came here, right? To understand LLMs and generative AI and all those things. Everything will make sense now. Okay, in this LLM, it is nothing but large language models. Why these things are known as large language models? Because we train them on huge amount of data. Okay, now whenever we are using ChatGPT, I think in 2024 or in the 2023, if you ask something, it used to say, my knowledge is restricted till 2023, correct? How many of you have experienced this? Everyone. Now if you are asking something, is it giving the answer or is it saying the same thing? So So does that mean we retrained the model on the present data? No. No. Yes, again, maybe till 2024 we have retrained, but if I'm asking today's news, is it giving me the answer? How exactly that is happening? Okay, to understand that, first let's understand this part. There's a model, okay, and we are training that on huge amount of data. It will take days and months to learn that particular information, right? So ChatGPT is the company which released the first model, which brought the industry revolution, right? And after that, there are many models. Recently, this China released a DeepSeek model, right? And because of that, US market crashed. How many of you know this? Okay, how much did it crash? $500 billion. Market lost $500 billion in 1 week. Why? What the other tech giants had made the image was, if you want to train a model, you need higher GPUs. You need a really high computational power. Nobody else can train it. And they restricted the sales of higher GPUs to China. And you know how China is. They build things, duplicate, but it will be better than original. They apply the concept of reverse engineering. Right? Anything they can build, they'll just go and reverse engineer and build it. Their engineers built an application on the lower GPUs and proved that we don't need higher computational power to do so. Because of that particular thing itself, the market crashed. People were thinking, okay, GPUs are going to be the future. We need to invest in GPUs. NVIDIA alone lost the biggest marketplace, right? That's the biggest loss in any industry in the entire history of stock markets. In one day, they have lost, I think $500 million something. In one day, they lost that. Okay, so again, coming back to the topic, on this data, like we have the data from books, Wikipedia, and RCEF. How many of you know this RCEF? I think PhD people know this part. It's a repository for the research papers. Whenever you are writing and releasing a research paper, you're going to publish it on that. RCEF is that one, okay? And then we have GitHub, Stack Overflow, Quora, for all those things. So based on this data, again, there's a lot of pre-processing done behind. Okay, I'm not going to talk about that. Based on this data, we are going to train the model. Okay, now looking into so many sentences, model will understand the relationship between the words using those numbers. Then when I'm saying, hi, good morning, how are, what is the next word? How are you? So there's a pattern here, correct? So model is able to capture this pattern. Like this, we are giving a huge amount of data. So it is able to capture the relationship of all the words. Now does it make sense whenever we are asking something, it will just give the answer even if it is correct or wrong? In ChatGPT, whenever I ask any question, it will give you the answer. Whether the answer is correct or wrong, it will give you the answer. Why? Because it has learned from the pattern. It still does not know the actual knowledge of it. What it is doing, it is taking that pattern and it is trying to generate the answer. Is this clear or confusing? Shall I repeat once more? Okay. We have all faced this problem when I'm asking something to ChatGPT, even though the answer is wrong, it will keep on generating, correct? How many of you have experienced this? Everyone. Why is this happening? Because actually AI does not have the knowledge of that particular topic. It is just trying to generate the answer based on the previous words. Whatever the previous words are there, it is generating the answer. But it is so good at that, majority of time it is correct. Right? It's not like all the time it is giving us wrong answers. It is giving us correct answers majority of the time. So there is a trade-off. Okay, fine, we will be using and accepting the answers there. Now why it is generating wrong answers? Because it is not having the conceptual understanding. It is just generating the answers. This is where we have this reasoning models. What these reasoning models are trying to now do is, whatever you're generating, it is trying to reason with it. And it is seeing that, okay, whether that reason pattern is available or not. Okay, but at the end of the day, what it is doing? It is just generating the words based on previous words. All right. So this part, is it clear, everyone? Is it clear for everyone now? Okay. Now, here if you can see, we have different models and when they were released, and 175B. When I say this 175B or 7B, what exactly this B means? Billion parameters. Okay, when I'm saying parameters, again billion is nothing but weights and biases. So here if you see neural network, there are connection between some neural networks, right? So there will be some numbers between that. So those numbers are nothing but weights. Okay, weights and biases we have. So these are the numbers which it will be adjusting while training. Okay, so how many parameters we have? 7 billion parameters based on the different models. The more the parameters, the model will be able to give us good answers, but again it will take time as well. Okay. Now previously we have seen that we have this whatever the data we are training, it is until 2023. Right? It is going to answer there and it is going to stop. But now it is able to answer new things as well. Why? Because we have AI agents or tools with it. Okay. So let's say this part now. I'm asking it to talk about something which it already knows. It is going to generate the answer. Next thing I'm going to ask it to give me today's news. So what exactly it is going to do? It is going to use a tool to go on the internet, search for the answer and come back with the answer. Now with that answer is fed to the LLM again. Using that particular information, it is generating the answer. That's why it will not look like we have copy pasted from internet. It is taking the information from internet and it is generating it in own words. Okay, so this is the reason why now you'll be able to see the answers for the current questions as well. Is this clear for everyone? Whatever the news I'm asking, what it is doing a tool call. It is going and getting from that particular tool the answer and it is giving us the output. Okay. We need to use APIs. Using API as well. So while we are developing, we'll be developing an research agent. In that we will be using Tavli. Tavli is an agent which goes on the internet and do the searching for us. So that will collect and give us the information. But at the end of the day, it looks like an application which knows everything. In background, there will be multiple things. So you need to connect a tool for it. Okay? Kind of thing. Okay? Yes? Any questions? Okay, we'll do one thing. We'll talk about these two things. Okay, and then we'll go for questions. And I think, what's the time? We'll go for questions and post that. If time permits, we'll go for the demo. If not, after lunch, we'll be building emotion that based on the comment of movies, we will identify the emotion of the comment, whether it's a good comment or a bad comment. We will use Hugging Face to deploy it. After that, we will use Langflow. How many of you have heard about Langflow? Okay, it's a no-code tool which gives us the clear understanding of what is happening, where we will use API keys and we will be building 3 applications. One is a basic chatbot, another one will be building a research agent, okay, and the third one will be building a rack system. Rack system is also a really good concept with many practical implementations. All right, so these are the 3 things which we'll be doing. Now let's talk about this particular thing, open source and closed source models. What exactly do I mean by this, open source and closed source? Anyone? Again, in the name itself, open source, that means the entire repository or the entire code base is available for free to use. So what are the open source models available? We have DeepSeek, Llama, all these are open source. Okay. One more thing, what DeepSeek did is, see, we are able to build this. This is the code base, use it. Right. When ChatGPT, OpenAI started, it was actually an NGO. How many of you know this? ChatGPT was an NGO, which the agenda or the motto for that particular organization was to keep everything open source. But when they realized they made a next revolution in the industry, how much amount of money they are going to make out of it, they made it as closed source. Okay, now tell me which one is better, open source or closed source? open source. How many of you say open source is better? Please raise your hands. Okay. How many of you say closed source is better? Okay. How many of you say both is better? Good. So the answer is both are better. Why? Because closed source will bring new features. At the end of the day, people need money. So if I'm bringing new applications which is benefiting humans, then people will pay. Correct? So open source people, they're not getting any money out of it. So they'll not do extensive work on the new parts. But open source people keep the price in check for the closed source people. If there is no open source, same thing. Before DeepSeek was released, the cost for OpenAI ChatGPT was more. And if you go and see the graph, there's a drastic downfall in the pricing factor in OpenAI. Once this DeepSeek they have released, they have reduced the token price. So both are really important. Features, ChatGPT have many features to integrate. It can work with many tools. Why? Because they are making money, that's why they are investing on that. But from where does DeepSeek need to invest in that? They're not making money out of it. But deep open source people keep check for the price of closed source. So both are equally important in the market. It's not like you can only prefer open source or only prefer closed source. Answers will be yes, better for closed source models, and open source also, if you have enough GPU power, you will be able to get good results. Okay, so is this clear for everyone? Difference between open source and closed source, and which one is better? Yes?
Used to share the top 5 its ad preference. So does the sense will come to this API that yeah, GPT knows that okay, these are paying me the money and I should search from them.
Okay, the question is, whenever we use Google to search, we type something and we get some website's recommendation to read about it. And whenever I'm using this, does ChatGPT know which website to look into? This depends on which tool you're using. Google also have their search tool. DuckDuckGo have their search tool. So Bing have their search API tools. So whatever you're using, based on that results it will be getting. Okay, it depends on the what platform you're using. It's not that whenever I'm using ChatGPT, it is only going to go and search on Google. If you see, I think I have shown 3 different tools to search this part as well. All right, so usually canteen is closed on Sunday, but today it's open. So anyone who wants to have lunch in lunch hours can go to canteen and have it. And before lunch, we'll be distributing the certificates. So please, everyone, make sure to collect your certificates. Okay. So, okay, coming back to the part. So how many of you have understood the question what he asked? When we are searching something on the this one, here see we have SERP API. We have Google Search API. So if I'm using Google Search API, it will give me the results what Google would have given. Okay, if I'm using DuckDuckGo search, whatever the DuckDuckGo search is giving the result, based on that information it is going to collect. Is this clear? Okay, any other questions? In this row, any questions? In this row, any questions?
So in this situation, what you're showing right now, does GPT make a API call every time I'm asking some new information which is not available or not trained?
Yes, so whenever you're using this particular thing, if you're asking something ChatGPT does not know, it is going to make the API call. So ChatGPT decides what tool to be called for this. Let's say I'm asking the price of flights, okay, and there's make my trip API available. Then it is not going to go on Google. It is going to decide, okay, I'll get better information from make my trip. So then make my trip API call will be done and it is going to give you the information. Okay, so ChatGPT is smart enough, or not just ChatGPT, any model is smart enough to identify which API call I have to make. Okay? Where? Yep. Which to be taken from this part. Yes.
Yesterday, when you were discussing the subscription fee the company charges, you spoke about tokens, right? Can you
Okay.
elaborate a bit on that?
So one token is equals to 4 words. We have divided into tokens. Do you remember? One word, right? So how they calculate is one token is equals to 4 words and roughly $0.0001 for one token. Whenever you're using any model, if you're calling something, $0.001 is deducted from your account. It depends on various factors actually, size of words and it depends on the size. Again, it's like too detailed calculation which we need not to worry about much. Yeah, 4 words is something, one token is about for pricing. Transformers architecture. Okay, before lunch we'll recap it. Yeah, any other questions in this row?
Every time when we give a question to ChatGPT, so it is going to dynamically do that learning that time, or it's already like in the background that LLMs will be trained.
So every time when we give the input to ChatGPT, it's not going to learn every time. It's going to identify what question is there. Based on that question, it will start answering. And based on the previous words which it has answered, it will keep on creating the new words. It's not training every time. Okay? Context, no, it's not trained all the time. Context will be there, but it will not be training all the time. And here we have LSTM. Okay, LSTM, long short-term memory. Right, so inside of a transformers, a neural network architecture named LSTM is present. Now what this LSTM does is, let's say I grew in France and I'm talking various different words and then I'm saying I speak dash fluently. What I speak? French. How do I know? Because I grew up in France and I'm having multiple sentences in between. So we might forget what exactly it said. This is where LSTM comes into the picture. It remembers some important context in the longer duration. Right. So LSTM is something which will help us to remember the context and based on that context we'll be answering. Okay? Yes. You had any question?
Does it retain a memory of what it answered before?
One more fun activity what we can do is, I think everyone here uses ChatGPT, correct? Ask ChatGPT to create an image on you. On you, whoever uses it. What exactly I mean by that is, you will be asking it some or the other thing, correct? Right? Based on that, ask it, can you please describe me in an image form based on whatever I have asked you so far? What is your understanding on me? Describe this in the form of image. Okay, yes, now to coming back to your question, yes, if you see whenever you use some information, whatever you're asking important information, it decides and it stores this information. So So yes, it is having the memory, but again, as there are millions of users, the memory amount is less, which we store it with. Okay, and I think you have received that pop-up as well, right? While using ChatGPT, your memory is full. Yes, what that means is it is not remembering all the answers which you are doing, okay, but it is remembering the context of what you're talking about, right? And if you see, you open different tabs. In one tab, if you start talking, it will talk about that particular question which you have started. How? There is a separate session for that. In that session ID, it will keep the history of that particular session. Go to the next tab, and if you're talking something from previous, it will not be able to answer because it is not having the history for that particular session. Okay, so yes, a simple word, it is saving the information. Any other questions?
For any particular query, so what is the decision-making thing that quantifies, okay, this amount of data is sufficient to make a contextual or reasoning reply? Like, what is the, like, is there a percentage that decides, okay, I have enough data now, and now I have to process it and provide a context to the question?
Okay. So again, why are everyone scared of AI? If you see, many people are scared of AI, right? One of the biggest reason is we are not able to actually understand in depth how it works. There are billions of calculation which is happening. So that is where one more industry in this particular AI we have is explainable AI or XAI. It is not the Elon Musk AI, XAI, not that one. Explainable AI's job is to visualize how models are actually working and thinking. So mathematically we know something is happening, but we are not exactly aware what is happening. That is the reason why people are still hesitant about AI. Anyone from medical profession here? One. So medical doctors, they don't trust usually AI, correct? But now we have explainable AIs as well. So if I'm taking any decision, there should be some logic for it. So XAI tries to identify that particular logic and gives that, okay, because of this I'm saying that particular answer is this. Right? And doctors will look into the reason. Okay, this makes sense. And based on that, they'll be able to decide this model to use. Okay? So any other questions?
See, LLM is actually the brain, right? That's what I understand. It has learned things to respond to all our questions. But in order for it to learn, where is the data? The data is the source for its learning, right? What is the source for that data? From where it learns?
Okay, what is the source of the data for LLM to learn? Where we have trained LLM on large amount of various different data. We collected from Google, Google News, let's say Wikipedia. All this information is used to train the data. Okay, one more task. I want you guys to search how long it took to train GPT-3. Quickly search on the internet. How long or how many hours or days it took to train GPT-3? How many days? 34 days it took to train GPT-3. Okay, so the answer is it is going to use all the data available. If you remember when DeepSeek was launched, they were saying, ChatGPT was saying that they stole our data. How many of you know this? So again, few people were saying they stole from the people who already stole. Right, because when US steals, it is not stealing. When any other country steals, it is stealing. Yes. So DeepSeek is using reasoning models. They have created reasoning models and they have used reinforcement learning as well. Okay. So the way it answer is different. Answer will be almost same. The way it is answering is different.
Arunachal, does it belong to India? And when ChatGPT gives a different answer,
Hmm. Okay. So yes, DeepSeek is an open source, right? But still, how they are able to survive? Because Chinese government, who is funding them? Chinese government is funding them. And when a government is funding, especially China, they have their own agenda. So they have specifically asked these kind of questions should give these kind of responses. So they have tweaked the answers for specific questions. And if you ask about any Chinese leader, either it gives good answer or it says that it is not allowed to talk about it. So this is model bias, where company which it is making, they're trying to bring that bias. That's the only reason. It's not that model has trained like that. It is what humans have made it to answer. Yep. Hmm. So that is where DeepSeek we can use only for technical things. Let's not do using DeepSeek using the political research. So we need to identify which model to use.
How does AI know when to exactly stop generating the information?
Okay. So based on the question which we have asked, it randomly, like roughly decides this information is needed, like whenever it is answering. And when it feels that whatever the context we have asked is sufficient, it stops. And there is also a hard stop, maximum tokens. Because if you ask something, it will keep on generating and it will stop at one moment and say, I've reached the maximum tokens. That means it doesn't, A can't do that. No, it's not like that. But a company needs to pay, right? If you are asking it to make more answers, then it is going to be costly for them. So for free tire, you are only going to get till here. So that's how there are two ways to stop. Okay. Any other questions in this row? I'll come to this row.
Sir, we use .h5 files and pickle files to store this, right? Will this same big applications use these files and run on web?
To give you context, what exactly is .h5 files and pickle files? Whenever we train a model, we need to save that particular model. That is where, let's say, deep learning models, we have weights and biases. So that weights and biases will be stored in a serialized file. That is what our pickle file and h5 file. Yes, for this, we won't have that kind of h5 files or pickle files. It will be having different ways to store. Okay, whenever we are downloading these files, let's say one particular model from DeepSeek with 7 billion parameters will be of 4 GB. Just one model is of 4 GB. The highest model of ChatGPT is of 408 GB. That means if I want to use that model, 408 GB of data, I have to load it in my RAM. That model will run if I'm loading the entire knowledge of that particular data in the RAM. Okay? Yes. Any other questions in this row?
So, what is your opinion on the codes that is generated from ChatGPT? Would you recommend us to use it in our projects?
Okay. The question is, would I recommend to use codes generated through ChatGPT in your projects? If you understand the code, then you can use it. No matter from where you're generating. If you're able to understand what is happening, and you need to be able to make changes. But as of code, Claude is something which gives better answer compared to ChatGPT. Okay, we have this SWE benchmark, software development benchmark. You need to identify which model is giving the highest score on that. And based on that model, you can decide, okay, I'll be using Claude or whatever this model is. Claude. Claude. Okay, we have Anthropic is the company. Claude Sonnet 3.5 is the model name. Okay, which is generating better this one answers in the coding part. Any questions?
So I have few related questions. So just a basic one. This is LLM is a proprietary, or you can build your own LLM. Okay. And second one is the APIs it used to fetch the data. Are those freeware, or it has to be subscribe based? Okay. So just want to understand the overall model, how it works.
Sure. Okay. So the question is this LLM something which we can build, or is it a what is that word? Proprietary knowledge, right? Proprietary. Okay. So it is something which you can build if you have resources. It's not that you can't build it. Okay, it's not that it belongs to only that company. Any company can build their own LLMs. But is it cost effective? That is what we need to see. It is having a huge cost. Okay, so we can also do this exercise. How much cost it took to train GPT-3? Come on, quickly search this. How much cost it took to to train GPT-3? 2.6, 4.6 million dollars. In Indian currency, anyone? 38.4 crores. Does anyone in audience have that much? No. Right. So if we have money, we can train. Okay. So that is the answer. And coming to the second question, let's try to understand what exactly is API first. See, API is nothing but it is a pigeon. API is nothing but it is a pigeon. In the olden days, we used to use pigeon for message transfer, correct? So we used to have a message and we want to deliver it to someone. We used to attach it to pigeon, and pigeon used to fly there and give the message. And then if they have to reply, they would have given the message back to the pigeon and it would have came back to us, correct? Same thing API does. What exactly it does? My application needs some information. It takes that request, it goes to the server where information is present. It asks for the information, and when the information is given, it comes back and gives the information to us. So is this clear what is API? Everyone? Okay, now there are two things in this. One is paid and another one is free. See, every company needs to make money. So that is where paid API comes into the picture. So whenever paid API I'm talking about, it needs to know that you are authorized to take this information and it is going to cost you this much. So whenever I'm going to an API call using OpenAI, it goes with many things. First thing is the question which we have asked for. Okay. Then second is the API key. What is the job of that API key? It goes and check in the database whether I'm authorized to take the data or no, whether I have paid or no. Okay, with that it also goes with the information of how much amount of data I'm taking, how much amount of money will be deducted. Based on that information, it is going to reduce or it is going to deduce the balance from our account. So all this information is present in the API key. So we will be using in our second half API keys. Tavli API key is the free API key, okay, where we will be able to call that for free of cost. To get models, we have Grok. How many of you have heard about this inference platform, Grok? We will be using Grok application. What is the job? It is going to act as a OpenAI. It has its own models. Own in a sense, we have all the open source models, right? Those models are present on Grok. Okay, so I hope the answer for the question is clear, right? Or did I miss anything? Clear. Okay. I think you had a question.
You mentioned that if we have enough GPU resources, we can make the free open source models as well as efficient as the closed source models, right? So is it possible to link the GPU in my laptop to the open source models, or how do I actually implement?
Okay. Okay. So it's not just GPU resources which are enough for you to build. We need team of engineers as well. Okay. So if you are having enough resources with respect to GPU power and with respect to the engineers, you can build your own model. Okay. They have to train the model. They have to go with all the technicalities, which we have seen in the background, right? All the algorithms, they need to decide, reinforcement learning, what needs to be done. So they will be doing the hard coding for that. And they'll be seeing and training the answer, okay, is this good? Again, they'll be adjusting the codes, weights, and biases and all those things. Because of the calculations which it is doing in the background. it is doing trillions and trillions of calculations, and based on that it is giving result. Now how do you see that calculation? Human is going to code the functions, but it is doing 1 trillion calculations. What calculations has happened, we don't know. Plus addition, subtraction, those kind of things are there, but what exactly, which came first, what did, those things we are not clear.
So as you said that the data has to be given to the GPT, I mean whatever LLM we have given. So how are we going to avoid the data bias which is coming up in today's era? Because like let's say Wikipedia is there, mostly things are Wikipedia is it's an open source data, but it can be biased. Similarly, in how to prevent the data bias in this one.
Okay, so talking about data bias, again, as we discussed about DeepSeek, they have data bias because they wantedly made that data to be biased. So model, it has learned from whatever the data. And if you're going to ask, it is going to give you the answer from that data itself. If you want to avoid that bias, you have to give your data knowledge. That is where RAG comes into the picture. Okay, which you trust this particular knowledge. Okay, there's no bias in this particular thing. Then learn from it. But if you're giving a data which is already biased, then see again, model is not understanding what we are saying. It is just identifying the patterns. Okay, so we can't avoid the bias there in that way. Okay.
How it decides that which search engine I have to use, whether it is using the modified version of SEO or optimizing it somewhere for the searching purpose.
So again, this is some little bit more technical aspect here, but what exactly the model does is, it knows that it has these tools available. For getting the flight information, it has Make My Trip. For getting hotel information, it has Make My Trip. To search cricket information, it has CricBus. Okay, so whenever I'm calling or whenever I'm asking something, model is able to understand and call that particular thing. So LLM is smart enough to associate, okay, this tool I have it, this tool will give me the best answer and I'm going to use it. Okay. Yes. Any other questions in this room?
So I have two set of questions. One is like, are we going to talk about the transformer internals, that is encoder and decoder? So high level you have gone through. So I want to understand more about it. So that is the first one. And how about the fine tuning part? Are we going to cover it in the next part?
The question is, are we going to go in depth of transformers? I can explain it, but everyone is already bored with theory part. We all need to build some practical applications. So basic thing for you to remember is, transformer use multi-head attention to associate each word with all the other words in the given sentence. Based on that, it is generating the numbers, vectors. That is the base. If you know, it is more than enough. If you want to go through the technicality, the article through J. Almer on transformers gives you the clear understanding on that one. Okay. Any other questions? What was the second? Fine tuning. No, we are not going to touch fine tuning in this one. All the questions done? Okay.
So let's say we want to start up some AI company. What kind of computing resources would we need?
That depends on what kind of problem you're trying to solve. Okay, so initially I would not suggest you to get your own server setups. That is going to be costly. Okay, so we have this AWS, GCP, cloud computing platforms. We can use those to build our applications. Once we have enough clients where it is cheaper for us to have our own setup, which basically will cost you 5.5 to 10 LP lakhs to set up the server cost, and then you'll be able to set up. So based on the application, you'll be able. Okay. Can you guys just pass on to the back rows?
Well, I'm thinking to build our own custom any LLM model. Always thinking on that level of higher scale, like it requires lot of GPU, lot of resources, lot of skilled engineers, and lot of data sets. suppose like I want to build something like a conversational model which will help like uh, if I am asking, hi, it's saying, hello, I'm Nishant, how can I help you? After that, if someone is replying like, no, I don't need help, it should stop here. Or if someone is telling, okay, this is my problem, you can help. Only that much of like conversation. How do we start? How much like we approach it? Can you highlight it?
Sure. Okay, one more thing we need to understand is the practicality of any problem. There's a problem which I'm trying to solve, which will give me 10 rupees. So is it worth it to spend 50 rupees to solve that problem? Let me repeat, there's a problem which I'm trying to solve. After solving that problem, I'm going to make a profit of 10 rupees. Is it worth for me to spend 50 rupees to solve that problem? No. So what we are going to do? We are going to use the existing resources and solve that problem in 2 rupees. So that 8 rupees is my profit. So same thing, you need not to build your own LLM for this. LLMs are already there. Use those LLMs to solve your problem. And there are already agents available to do the job which you are asking for. Conversational AI. Okay. So we have also internally built an application, an appointment booker. Okay, AI assistant appointment booker. What it does is, everyone can't type, especially let's say people from villages and all those things. So they can give the audio note. Right, so whenever they speak audio note, it is converted into text that is fed to an LLM. It extracts the important information, what exactly they are talking about. Based on that, it gives the next things to do. Yeah, again, the point is, we will not build our own custom LLMs, okay? We will be using the existing LLMs to do these jobs. So, is it clear, or your question is something else? Same thing, no? Even though the accuracy will be really bad. You will say hi, it will say good night. Because we did not train the model on enough data. No, again he's saying that he does not want to use any models existing. He wants to build his own some small model. See, we can do it. But I'll just say this. Why do we put rocket boosters on cycle? It's not required. Even though if you want, you can explore. Is it possible to put? Yes, we can put it. Is it practical? No. Okay, so there's a way you can do it. Again, get some GPU power, get some engineers and start making small language models. But that does not make sense. The amount of energy, the amount of money will be wasted. Okay? Yeah.
So whenever you say like any organization is using the AI tools or generative AI, suppose like State Bank of India, they have the lot of huge their own data and which is a sensitive. Okay, so they want to like detect like something fraud detections. So usually are they relying on some any third-party LLM, like say for example DeepSeek, but we don't want to give our data because our data is sensitive. So in this case, they will go with their own LLM or like they are relying on some third parties LLMs.
So whenever I'm talking about LLMs, open source LLMs, especially this DeepSeek, you can connect to your own data, own server that does not send any information to China because it is working on your premise. You're not even connecting it to anywhere. They had some codes written which can send it, but you're having the entire code base. If you have engineers, you can reverse that and you can make sure that no data has been transferred to DeepSeek. So like that, there will be various models which you can run locally. Right, so you will set up a server system and in your bank only you're going to run it. It's not going to go to any third party. It requires infrastructure for that. Okay? Yes. Whenever we download any model, whatever it has been trained on, it will come with that.
Sir, how can we relate generative AI in terms of brain? It's like conscious and subconscious mind, like that.
The only thing which has consciousness is humans, like self-awareness, right? So looking at dog, you can relate, I am looking at dog. But do you think when dog looks at you, it will say, I am looking at human? Sorry? No, but the research which we know as of now, the self-awareness is something which is available in humans. It might be there, but that self-awareness, that okay, dog, will it look in the mirror and think I'm looking beautiful today, I'm looking ugly today? Right, it depends on animals as well, right? So according to the generalized thing, humans are the one who has self-awareness. Okay, now animals are not self-aware of us that much. Hmm. Some dogs have ego. It depends, because these are the things which we came up with the conceptual, right? Ego is something which we came up with conceptual. There's a behavior, that behavior we are referring it as ego. Okay. Now to answer the question, there's no self-awareness in the this one computer or whatever the AI models are there. We don't have any self-awareness into that. So which one? Hmm. What test we are taking? In tuning test, what exactly you're talking about? Hmm. Ah. Hmm. Again, yes, on some extent, people were not able to identify that this answer was generated by ChatGPT. So not all the things it might pass, but it is passing majority of the things. Hmm.
4.2 GB. 7 billions of data means, is it a way to know like under what sections it has trained or anything? Or is it possible to filter out and get only what is exposed for us?
So when we download the LLM model, it downloads the entire 4 or whatever the data is. There's no way to see how much or what information is there, and there's no way to specifically ask only get this information. It is just giving the entire information, whatever the model has. Prompting is something different, where we are, the information is, so your knowledge is already there. When I'm asking a question, you're giving me the answer based on the question itself. But it's not like I can ask you to, can I ask you to come up with half of your knowledge keeping at home and come here today? Practically it is not possible, right? Same way. No, we can't cut down. No.
So if we give full access to an LLM, can it train another LLM?
For that, it needs to understand what exactly, how and how to do so, and all the resource access that you have to give, yes, it can. No, not like that. You have?
Earlier we have seen LLMs are trained for 30 days, this much cost. So once that LLM has been released outside, how much free will that that is the final, or will that get be retrained?
So the question is, once we release an LLM, will it be final or will be retraining it? We will be releasing different versions of it. ChatGPT 4.0, 4. Mini, 4.1, like this, different versions we will be releasing. But whatever the LLM has been released, they are going to keep it there. New version, based on that, they'll be releasing the new version out of it. New version out of it.
Now, now many tools came in like LangChain, Hugging Face, and all these have their own embeddings and their own Python code and all. So for what are the right skills for an AI engineer in the current market?
Yes, there are many tools, like we say Hugging Face, we have LangChain, LangGraph, and all those things, based on the use, how much you are able to do it. So LangChain and LangGraph is on the core level. So what we work is we work with LangGraph. We don't work with no-code tools. Sometimes we work with no-code tools. LangFlow is no-code tool, where they already things are there, but we won't have much flexibility on that. We can't change many of the things. Like that, we have Agno framework. We have Creo AI framework. Depends on the company which framework they are using. We need to adopt to that and use it. Okay, we use LangGraph and Agno most of the time. Agno. Agno is the framework to build. Let's take 3 more questions and then we'll look into other things, okay?
So if LLM models, they reason based on already existing information or publicly available information, does it mean it's incapable of making any new discoveries? Can it be used in research and development?
See, one thing we need to understand is it gives the information not just on the knowledge which it is available. So there's a knowledge available on how to solve that problem. It is having the computational resource. I think there's this one protein problem which generative has solved. Anyone, are you aware of this? A protein problem which it has solved with many scientists were not able to do that. It has unfolded all the proteins, if I'm not wrong. Right. So that also it will be able to. It's not like from the knowledge which it has. Based on the knowledge, it can discover new things as well. Okay? Yep. 1 second. Can you guys pass this, please? What to do?
My question is not directly related to LLMs. It's okay. Let's say I'm working on blood splatter analysis, right? Those kind of data sets are not readily available. So can I use GANs to create a blood splatter data set as images? Or when I use it, what are the challenges I'll be facing?
Okay. See, the first thing we need to understand is it needs a base to create anything. Okay. If you have enough knowledge which GANs can use to create the blood spatters, which will actually make sense, then you can do it. But if you do not have enough knowledge to do so, then it does not make sense to generate. It will generate, but it will not make sense of it, right? So we'll not be able to get the correct answers from that, okay? Yes. To answer your question, the question was, if we use AI agents, it's not using our creativity. Then what do we do to get a job, correct? So be the one who is building those agents. Be the one who are building those agents. Every company have their own requirements. So be the one to build those agents so that the people who are using those agents' job will go, but they will hire you to build new agents. Where we need to start? We need to start from Python, statistics, machine learning, deep learning, natural language processing, generative AI. Then we need to understand LangFlow, LangGraph, and all those things, and then we can build those applications. Okay? Roadmap of the entire thing. Okay, fine. Yep. What we need to do? Roadmap. Okay. So I'll be giving the roadmap at the end. What exactly we need to learn, and we can build this.
My question is about the AI rating, which is there. Recently, I heard in the news that Anthropic Claude there was a fictional experiment done where the AI was supposed to do 10 numericals, and it completed and after the third numerical, it had to stop. And what it did was, it did the first, second, and the third one, and it did not stop. It killed the code, which it intercepted the code, killed the code, and went on solving the problems. And there is one more news, which is Sakana AI, which was timed to do a scientific research, and it went out of the time which it was allotted. So my question is, can you elaborate on the AI rating which is being given and what it is?
Okay. So one thing we need to understand, there's no such thing where AI will take over us now right now, still. It is not going to consciously understand that human is asking this, I need to stop this, and I'll kill the code which it has asked me to stop, and I will do my own thing. How many of you have watched Marvel? Avengers? Age of Ultron? Right. That we don't have it right now. Okay, so few news articles which we read about it is a little bit of exaggeration. There's some technical glitch there. It did not capture that information. We are saying it to stop at three things. Maybe it did not capture that information. It is just continuing that path. Okay, so see again. Hmm. Yes. So again, the rating comes on how much pattern identification when we are training the data. We also need to have the stops as well. That also will be trained on. So let's say Anthropic did not use much of a stopping parameters to go and to follow whatever the instructions has been given. That is the reason why it is not much safer. Right. But whereas GPT has used those stopping parameters while training, it is more useful. So what was the second question again? That risk factor. Hmm. Yeah, same thing. So it's like how much that particular, whenever I'm talking about any model, it not just have what we are training, where to stop, not to use bad words, and all those things will be trained on. Okay, it will be restricted with. A company like ChatGPT and all, they have done all these things. So that is the reason why it is more safer to use. Right, bias will not be there and all those things. Okay, so two more questions last, because I can feel few people are getting very bored. What he's talking, simply he's talking, right? Any questions? Yeah. Can you speak louder or do I need to give mic? Okay, you need mic.
So my question is pretty simple. How does LLM access API keys and connect with the website? It's not that complicated. I don't understand how it accesses API keys.
So I got two questions. How does LLM access API key? So at the end, again, there's a code behind it. So whenever I'm saying, I'm asking a question. And for that particular question, we need that API call. So in the code, it will understand that LLM will say, I need to call this. So that particular block of code will be triggered. In that block of code, we will have the logic to call the API. And then it will call the information and get it to us. Okay? So LLM will give us the answer. Based on that answer, it will trigger that particular block and it will be calling. Okay? And your question is, what is an AI agent? Can anyone answer what is an AI agent? Anyone, what is an AI agent? AI agent, anyone?
AI agent is one which does the job on my behalf and takes my permission to go forward and then complete it based on my approval and give the report back to me.
So did you get the answer clear or no? What is an AI agent? It is an application which does task on your behalf where you're not defining exactly what to do. You're just asking to do this. Okay, let's say I'm asking it to book a flight. Did you give the steps to book a flight? Go to make my trip, search for the flights, select the flight, book the flight. Have you given that? No. You're only given the task. On your behalf, it is going and doing that task. That is an AI agent. Using artificial intelligence, it is acting an agent for you. Okay? Ah, yeah, quickly. conceptual understanding, because if there's no application available, you need to build it. Right. So both the things are equally important. Okay. You can say thank you.
See, in a traditional way of, I mean, normally when how Google performs its search, I mean, so it looks into the website, it search for the tags. So that's how the websites make Google understand that, okay, I give this tag, then Google understand this tag and gives back the results. Are the websites now, the websites are adding any AI specific tags for them so that the chat GPT or any other DeepSeek can go and fetch this thing? I mean, because it's the other way. I mean, it's not like chat GPT go and search, but are the websites also adding any tags,
Towards
AI specific
related.
tags? Yeah.
Okay. So one thing we need to understand, if you research about this later, Google search engine works on BERT architecture. And BERT architecture is nothing but the encoder part of our transformers. Okay, so it is actually related. The way it is generating the vectors, whenever you search something, it is not actually searching for the word. It is searching for the vectors which is associated to that word. So already that is there. Based on the BERT itself, it is they have devised in this way. When they came up with this transformers architecture in 2017, that is where they have changed the search engine algorithms. So already from that time itself, it has started to associate with the vectors. Slowly they are moving to that direction, but it is not that much effective right now, because there are no many tools available to go do those things. Right? So for now, they are not extensively, every company is not doing it. Yes, yes. As of now, it is same thing. No such AI related or something. Same thing. Same search underlying algorithm part. Yes, that's it. How many of you are feeling bored? Everyone? Okay. So we'll play that video once more, the one which we played initially. But now the goal is, don't look into the robot dancing. Read the lyrics. Okay, because when we asked that model to generate, or the ChatGPT to generate a code, it has generated with few things. So read the meanings which it is telling. Okay, so don't look into the robot, look into the subtitles which are available down there. Okay, so let's play this video once more.
Woke up in a world of circuits and steel.
What it is saying? AI is telling this. I asked to write a song on AI, right? AI is telling.
Lines of code tell me what to feel. I see the world through electric eyes. 1,000 thoughts but no heart inside. You built me up, you gave me spark. I'm more than bits in the dark. Programmed with dreams in digital streams. I'm searching for what it all means. Electric pulses through my veins. I'm dancing in electric rains. Searching for a spark so true. Could I be more than just ones and twos?
What it is saying? Could I be more than just ones and twos? So do you think AI is actually thinking this? No. We humans have made so many frictional movies about AI. We have fed so much information about AI is going to be like this, AI is going to be biased, it is going to come out of and it is going to take over the humanity. So based on that only it is giving us. It's not like it is understanding that I am AI, I'll come out and all those things. Because we humans have fed that information. Based on that, it is generating these kind of results. Okay? So I guess all the questions are done. One last question, yes? Hmm. Okay. So based on the use case, we have different LLMs available and different LLM matrix are available. So you need not to bother much. You need to just give it to the person who is able to do that. Okay. So let's say I'm talking about a coding platform. I'll go with Anthropic. Let's say different models have different use cases. They are trained on majority of that particular data. We can use it. Let's say you're a lawyer. It is better to build your own RAG model, and you can use OpenAI models to get the answers from that RAG system. Okay, so it's not specific lawyers has to use this model. It is based on how much cost you can give, how much benefit you are getting. Yes. Okay, so for this you need to first identify the metrics which is used in your profession. So for me, I can say we'll be using coding as the metrics, right? If a model is able to give good codes, that is a good model for me. So based on that, we have that SW benchmark and all the other benchmarks will be there. We will see that, okay, this model is able to perform better and we'll be using that model. We have to search on it. A little bit of search. Yes, websites will be giving those benchmarks for them itself. Okay. Now one last topic we will learn and then we will go for lunch. This will be the last theoretical part. And this is actually quite interesting. Okay, post-lunch we'll be working totally on practical and we'll be building some models. But this is quite important. And one more application which it's in our pipeline. Anyone from lawyer family background? You're from lawyer family background. Okay, because I'm also from a law family background. Okay, so there's this thing where whatever the ChatGPT and all those things have trained, they have not trained on Indian law. They have been trained on US law. If I'm asking anything, it will be giving me the answer based on the American law. Can we implement that here? No. So one of the application which our client has is, I think people from the law background, they know, usually we have paralegal or munshis which we call, right? So what is their job? They will do the research. So if there's a case, apart from the filings and all those things, yes, they will be doing all the filings on behalf of us, but they will also search for the similar cases which we are working in. Yes, so that based on that case, we can argue in the court. See, there was a similar case, and then this judge gave this particular verdict. This so that we are trying to influence the decision of the judge. And judge will also say that, okay, because this same case is there, and they have done the due diligence and they have given, it is safe to give the decisions. Okay. Now, to go through those many files, it is really difficult. So this is where RAG system comes into the picture. Okay. What exactly RAG is? Right. So retrieval augmented generator. So whatever the information I'm asking, it will not give through its own knowledge. It will give through the database which we have given. How do we create a RAG now? So these are the steps which we need to follow to create a RAG system. What is the very first step? Load the data. After collecting the data, we need to load. The data can be in various different sources. Okay. Then we have PDF or a Word doc or all those things. After that, what we are going to do? After loading the data, we are going to split the data into smaller chunks. Okay. Same thing like sentence segmentation. After splitting, what we are going to do? We are converting them into vectors. That is nothing but known as embedding. We have loaded the data, we have split the data, and then we have embedded the data. After embedding that data, we are going to store it in DB, vector database. So whatever the data we have stored in the database. Okay, is this 4 steps clear? Okay, next what we are going to do. So there's a question which I'm asking, right? Let's say I'm asking about a crime where I have cut a tree which should have not been cut. It's not in my property. It's illegal, right, to cut plants on the roadside. So I've cut a tree. So according to this, there might be some cases available in my database. So based on the question, it will go and retrieve the information for that particular crime. Right. So what exactly are we doing here? Similarity search. Simple. That's it. Nothing more complication here. There's a case where I've cut a tree. So it is going to search in our database. There's a problem where we have cut a tree. Give me the similar results. So here you can see few of the database in few of the places are highlighted. Correct? Similar results. Okay. Now that information with the question will be given to LLM with a prompt. What does this prompt say? See, this is my question, and this is the information which I have. Answer the question using this information only, not from the own information. That is what prompt is telling. So we are giving question and the similar data with a prompt to the LLM. LLM will generate the answer. That is what is RAG, simple. That is the reason why we have a trusted source, and whatever with reference it will give. Okay, so where is that? It will also give the reference for those documents to cross check whether it has generated correctly or not. Still it is not 100% correct. It might take some reference and it might assume something and say something. But now, is it easy for you to do? Based on Indian law you have it, and out of 10,000 documents it has selected 4 documents for you. Maybe the answer which it has generated is not that accurate, but you'll be able to get those 4 things. So it's not just similarity search as well, you'll be able to get some good results as well. Okay, is this RAG system clear for everyone? Yes. The prompt says that, see, this is my question and this is my answer. In this answer, specifically look for these information. So we can define what exactly we want to look into. That is where we can define the detailed prompt there. Okay. Yes, every LLM can do this, but there are few LLMs which will perform better than others. For which LLM? We will build a RAG system. In post-lunch, we will build a RAG system using Langflow, where we will see the steps, where maybe we'll give a PDF file and we will ask it to answer through that PDF file. Okay, simple RAG system we are going to build it. Is this clear, everyone? To retrieve the data. A simple similarity search should be fine. Code? No, no need. We can use it LLM as well, but code will be more than enough. So a simple similarity search algorithm trigger should be enough. Okay. Any other questions? No? See, one big problem as a trainer or as a teacher will be, I have to, or we have to make sure people understand the underlying concept. But it will be boring. Right. I can directly start with few tools. I can quickly make those things, which is already available outside as well, and fine, you will go with the achievement, okay, I have made this. But the goal here is, once you move out of this workshop, you should be understanding what exactly is happening in the background when we are using everything in AI. That is the goal. So anyone, do you feel that we are not able to achieve this goal? Anyone? See, feel free to raise hands if you are feeling that, okay, we are not able to achieve this. So next time we'll be able to change those things. So anyone, do you feel that whatever we have gone through, it is a bit more boring, it should have not been taken? You feel. So what exactly do you prefer? Mm. 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 Okay. So a few technical terminologies you're finding it too difficult to understand. So on that aspect, yes, you can. So on that aspect, we did not dive into any technicality because we never talk about any coding aspect. Okay. So whatever we have done according to this is totally non-technical. But few technical terms I understand you guys will not be able to remember it. Let's say transformer, self-attention mechanism, what it works. But at the end, basically, if you heard this transformers, you should be able to remember this. Every word is associated with other words. Based on that, it is giving the vectors and it is able to relate. So if that much also we are able to do, it is more than sufficient. Now coming to the building part, that once we will be doing the practical part, where you will get to know why exactly we have spoken about all the terminologies there. When I'm saying splitting of the documents, when I'm saying embedding. If you don't know what is embedding, then you can just follow the steps and build it, but you will not be able to change anything then. Okay, so I've spoken about this embedding. We have different embedding techniques, okay, open source and all those things. So we'll be doing this. We'll try to make sure that any technical terminology could have been made it even more simpler in future. Okay, any other? Yes? Hmm. I understand. So the thing is, we have got the agenda. So Langflow and all those things are post lunch. No, no, no. I understand. Yeah, makes sense. Okay. Okay. Any other things? Last one. Okay. Any other things? I feel few of you got bored because of questions. I understand that. So next time we'll be taking it at the end. Sorry? For Q&A, it's like a waste of time. Okay, understand that. No, the thing is, individual questions I can take later or. Yeah, the reason of, yeah, I understand. The reason is, yes. Yeah. So the reason of going with the question answers is many people will have same questions. No. Yes, again, to answer your question, many people will have same questions. As many are beginners, if I don't give the opportunity to ask questions. So it will be like whatever I am teaching, learn and go. So whatever we have promised, we'll be delivering that. Again, it will become more complicated. I can bring in more technical terminologies. Okay, noted. Thank you for your feedback. Any other things? Fine. Okay, what's the time? 1:30? Shall we go for lunch and come? Certificates, right? 1 second. Hmm. Certificates. Hey guys, good afternoon. Has everyone had their lunch? All right, wonderful. So in the first half, we had been through some theoretical parts where we have understood how things are actually happening in the ground level, right? Where all the things, bits and pieces, we have understood about it. Now we will be moving into more towards the practical aspect, where first we will be exploring this Hugging Face library. Okay, so Hugging Face library is again something which is more towards the technical aspect, where we have the models available. Okay, and post Hugging Face library, we are going to go with Langflow. What is Langflow? It is a no-code platform where we are going to use the existing templates to build a basic chatbot, and then we are going to build a research agent and a RAG system. Okay, so these are the things which we are going to work on. All right, so let's dive into it. So first, let's go to this Hugging Face library. Okay, 1 second. So while working with Hugging Face, there's something which we need to understand. A little bit of coding knowledge is required here if you want to build an application. Okay, so there's a code already which we have written. It's already there in the drive. I'll be giving you guys that code. Okay? All right. Then we will be using that particular code to deploy it on Hugging Face to understand what exactly and how exactly it is deployed using Hugging Face. Okay? So first let's try to explore this particular library, what this particular library holds. So here if you see, we have models. So in this, if you see, we have a task, text generation, any to any, image to text, image text, image text to text, image to text. Like this, we have different things. We have different libraries. Okay, and here we have the models available. On the right, if you see, how many models are available? Can you see this number? How many models are available? 18 lakh models are available. So already these models exist. We just need to use these models. Okay. Some of these models are open source. That means they are free for use. And others are paid models. That means we need to get the API key to use those particular models. Okay. Right. And let's say I have text generation. So for text generation, there are different models available. Let's say I have any to any. There are different models available. Any to any is from text to image, from image to text, like these kind of things, okay? And image to image, text to image, text to videos, there are different models available. All right? To use these models, we need little bit of coding knowledge on how to use it. If we are going with Langflow, there it's just drag and drop kind of thing, connect the boxes, but even to connect the boxes, you need to know some technical concepts. Okay, it's not like they'll be simply we'll be able to connect those things. Okay, so is this clear, everyone? Right. Next, let's go back to the home page. Okay, models are there. Then next we have data sets. Now, if you want to train any new model, right, as few people were saying that they want to train their own models, right, so collecting data is a huge task, right? We have seen what are all the pre-processing operation which needs to be done, right? If the data, already data sets are also there here, then again you need to sit and perform all the pre-processing tasks, right? So these are the data sets which we can use to build your own applications, fine-tune it according to your requirement. You need to make sure that you're pre-processing and modifying the data based on your necessity. Okay. Next, we have this space. See, the space is something where we can deploy and other people who have deployed their applications is available. We can create our own application and deploy it. Okay? And other people who have built some applications and deployed those applications are available here. Okay? So now community is something where again community support is, blogs is there, social post is there, daily papers, all these kind of things will be released here. Documents is nothing but it holds the document like how to use it and all those detailed descriptions will be there. Enterprise and pricing are there. Okay. To create a new application, we are going to click on this new space. Because we are deploying an application, right? So we are going to click on this new space. Right, so new space. Here there are multiple things available. Right. So this is the owner name. I'm going to give the space name as sentiment analyzer. Any name, whatever the product you are trying to build, you are going to give the name of that particular application. Sentiment analyzer. Then, okay, we can give the description, license, and all those things, but let's not work on that right now. Okay. Next thing, we are going to go to this Dockers. Okay, what exactly this Dockers is? See, Dockers are nothing but it's a container. Right. Let's say you're building an application. That application needs to run in all the computers, all the laptops. Yes? Sorry? The credentials for Hugging Face. We need to create our account and log in. So yes, we need to switch to our this one, hotspots, because the IISC Wi-Fi blocks you to access, I guess. So everyone, if they can switch to their mobile hotspots and use it, it will be better. Okay, please quickly do it in 2 minutes. Okay, till then I'll be talking about what are containers. Right. See, when you build an application, it should be practical and it should be used by many people. Every laptop might have different configurations and different requirements. So these containers act as a virtual box where the code, the application which you are building is going to run. Okay, and it is going to be on the server. Now here it is on which server? It is on Hugging Face server. Whenever I'm creating, they need some storage space and all those things. For free, they will be giving some space. If you want to use more, you have to get the paid version out of it. Okay. Now in Dockers, we have this framework Streamlit. How many of you have heard about the Streamlit? Okay. So what exactly the Streamlit does is, it's a framework for you to create the front end without much coding requirement, what we need for the other things, like let's say Flask and all the other things which we have. So just for simple understanding, Streamlit is something which helps us to build the front end. Okay, so that is the reason why I'm going to go with Dockers, as we have written the code in Streamlit. Okay, now let's move back to this particular code. Okay. So here, if you can see, I'll quickly go through the code because I can understand many are from non-technical background and few are from technical background. Keeping all in mind, I'll quickly go through the code, and if anyone wants to learn about this in detail, they can explore this. Okay. So here I'm importing all the required libraries. To build an application, we need to import the libraries so that we can use the functionalities defined by those libraries. Right. And then these are nothing but I'm setting the configuration of my page. Okay, I'm going to give the title of the application is Sentiment Analysis App. Right, and then I'm going to write, enter the text analysis. So whatever the thing we have to enter, we are going to give it that. Okay. And then API credentials. We need to get the credentials from Hugging Face by creating a token, Hugging Face token, and that token we will be able to use it. To do so, what we have to do, again go back to the Hugging Face account, Hugging Face API tokens. Okay, once you search Hugging Face API tokens, user access tokens. Okay, here it tells you you can create a user access token. Again, I'll repeat. Say Hugging Face API tokens. Because see, what are we doing here? We are using the services provided by Hugging Face. So what we need to do? We need to get the API. So we will be using the free models. So this particular API, even without paid version, we will be able to make use of it. Okay? So till here it's clear for everyone? From here, it's clear? Sorry? Yeah, code will be given so that you can use it. Okay. Steps. Okay. So Still we have not created the space, but let's go back and we will again go. So this is my Hugging Face official page. Go to the space, okay, and click on new space. Give the name sentiment analyzer. Maybe I've already taken this name, maybe one or something. Name we are giving of our application. Then scroll down. We can for now skip the description and the license part, okay. Click on this Dockers, okay, and then go to the Streamlit. Go down and here we have create space. On the bottom we have create space. Click on this create space. Okay, I think I'm connected to official network. Yeah, it should be public is fine. You can put the regular characters then. It's not like you have to go with the special or anything. Regular characters is also. Make sure you're connecting to your hotspot so that we don't face any issues. The mobile network is also very low inside. Okay. So till here, I hope everyone have reached. Now the next thing what we have to do is, we need, yes? Shall I repeat the steps? Okay. So I'll stop this. Okay, fine, we'll go from start. So first go to Hugging Face. Okay, go to the Hugging Face official page. Clear everyone this part? Okay. Next go on the space. Create a new space. Give the name anything sentiment analyzer. Go to the Dockers. Click on Streamlit. Public is fine, no need to worry about that. Done? Okay, next click on this create space. Where in creating of the space itself? Did you go to Dockers and select Streamlit? Okay, so we'll do one thing, we'll complete this, and in hackathon, whenever we have, I'll go and clear the doubts, okay? So right now I'll not be able to clear each and individual doubts, okay? So let's create a space. So what exactly is happening now is it is building all the requirements, like all the libraries and all the basic things. It is installing in the container, okay, the Docker container which we have asked. It is a separate space to run your application which you have built. Now going back to the code, right, so here we are getting the API key. We have also seen how do we get the API key token. Let's go through that once more. Go to your Google, type in Hugging Face API tokens. Okay, type in Hugging Face API tokens. Go to user access token. Okay, click on settings, and here you will be able to create a new token. Create a new token. Token name you can say any name, like let's say I'm going to give IISC. What is, let's say, June or July, whatever the, like, token name should be meaningful actually. What project you are working on, you can keep that particular token name, okay? And make sure you're going to give this access of inference repositories, write and access and all those things, basic access. And for inference, you can give this particular 3 boxes in your tokens. Okay? Create a token. You will get this particular token. Okay? Copy this token, and it is best practice to keep all of your tokens in one place. So you'll be working with multiple API keys, so you can have all of your tokens in one place, so that it will be easy for you to remember and take in future. Okay? So Hugging Face API token. Sorry? Okay. Create a new token, give the name of the token, any name you can give, and select this repositories and inference, all the boxes you can select for now. The repositories and the inference, right? So these all the boxes you can check. Any name, token name you can give, whatever the useful name you have, you can give to. So whatever the application we are building now, so that name is better. Go to the bottom and then click create token. Done? In the bottom we have this create token. Repositories you can select for all of them, and then inference all of them for sure. Okay? Now, again, we have got the token and we have kept it this place. So this is how we'll be giving the token manually. Okay? So it is not hard-coded, because different people have different API tokens, right? So it will ask the user an option to enter their API key so that it can fetch and do the operations. Here there are 3 different models which we have selected. Okay, so we have this distill BERT, we have Twitter and BERT-based multilingual. It can understand multi-language kind. Okay, so these are the 3 options which will be available in the application to select from these 3 models. Okay, as you see in ChatGPT also, in the bottom we will have the option to select different models, right? Same thing here, we are giving the 3 different options for the models to select. Alright? Okay. Then next, this is the select model box, and then I'm going to give the input. It is going to get the API key, and it is checking whether for all the authorization and all those things. It is sending the request, and this is just nothing but submit button. If there is any error, if your API key is wrong, what you have, it will throw an error. No? It has to say what is going wrong and all those things. Okay. So this is. If the score is good, give the positive result. Some beautification, just to show that whatever the answers I'm getting, is it when I'm giving a movie review, is it a bad movie or a good movie? So that model is able to judge it, correct? And then we will be getting that particular output. Okay. Then like for positive, for negative, for neutral, and all those things are here. Okay. So now what we need to do is copy this entire code. Okay, so for this, I'm going to give you the access of this particular entire drive itself. Yeah, I'm going to send it in the group once, okay? So give me 1 second. I hope everyone have received it. Drive link is in the WhatsApp. Sorry? Okay, that one I'll walk through. Okay, so if you guys open this particular drive, Here we have Hugging Face. Okay. In Hugging Face, there's this app.py file. Okay. Click on this app.py file, and whatever the steps I've shown here, I understand few of them will not be able to follow because of some network issues and all those things. So video is also available to, if you want to work on it later as well, you guys can go home and work on it. And the PDF for Hugging Face setup is also available. What are all the things, what steps you need to follow. Okay. So this also you can go home and check with it. And this is the explanation of that particular code. Right, so what is API, how we are calling Hugging Face, and all those things which we are using. This is about that, okay? Then go to this app.py file and copy this app.py file code. Okay. Now, once it has been built, it will give us the default code, which is welcome to Streamlit. Okay. So this is the default one which is available. Sorry? Where do you have to paste it? I'll come to that. Okay. So, guys, if you're not able to quickly follow, please go through the class now. The videos, the steps have been clearly mentioned in the document, because it is not practically possible for us to complete everything quickly with the technicalities, where sometimes your network will not be fast. Sometimes you are not getting the access. So for that reason, we have given the videos and all those things. Later you guys can create that one. Okay. Now, what we have done is, we have created a space on Hugging Face, and in this, there's a default code available. I need to modify this code. And I've written a code in my local, and that is what we have copied. Now we need to deploy that code into the Hugging Face. So go to this, where it is, files. Okay, again I'm going to say, see on the top, okay. Okay, so we'll take all the errors after completing the entire class. Okay, so anyone who has errors will be taking all the errors after completion of this. Okay. Now, let's say I'm going to this files. If you see, I have files here. I'm going to click on this files. And once I click on this files, here you see SCR. SCR is nothing but source code. Okay, so again, I'm going to open this particular folder. Here I have streamlit.app.py. Okay, streamlit_app.py. This is where the code has been written for the page which we were seeing, Streamlit page which we were seeing. Now, this is the code for that. So this is where I need to put my code. The one which we have just seen, right? This particular code, the one which we have developed for our sentiment analysis. We have to put it in the this part, okay, where we are going to. So how do we put it? Click on this edit button. Okay. Copy this, delete it, sorry, select it, delete it, and okay, the code is still not there, so copy the code and paste it here. Okay? Done? After this, we have to commit changes in main. Okay? We have to commit changes in main. Sorry? Where to paste API key? Yeah, we'll go there. Where do we switch on the Streamlit? Okay, we'll do one thing. I'll complete this once, and then again we can go through the flow once. Okay? So, what we have done so far, we have bought the code and we have placed it into the Streamlit where the default code was there. In the source code, we have made those changes. Right. Now we need to commit this. Commit the change. Commit to the main. That means whatever code we have written is now being replaced by the code which was existing. Okay. Here if you see, it is showing building. Right. So whatever the requirements are there, those things it will install and it will configure the page according to the code which we have written. So after this has been built, our application will be ready to use. Okay. It's a very simple application which, giving a movie review, it will tell whether the movie review is positive or a negative. Okay. Now what is the practical implementation of this? What will be the practical implementation? See, let's say you have thousands and thousands of reviews. Okay. In your company, you have a product and you have thousands and thousands of reviews. Right. Passing through this particular sentiment analysis, we can classify on what level the review is negative or positive. Okay, so maybe some reviews will be actually worth it to look into. Okay, it might be a negative review, right? So that we need to look into it, and it might also make sense. Maybe some negative reviews will not be exactly what should be there. Okay, there's like some people are just randomly saying something, and it will not be exactly what it has to be for our product. Okay, so this particular application can pinpoint and help us improve our products. It's a very simple one, right? Sentiment analysis. But what is the practical implementation for this? Right? So based on the review, it can identify whether it relates with our product or no. And if it is something which it is relating with our product, it will extract the important information which it is trying to tell and give us the suggestions which we can try to improve on. If it is something which is irrelevant, let's say I'm making iPhones and it is talking about laptops. The laptop is really bad, but I don't even make laptops. So then there's no worth of reading that comment at all. So it is going to help us to segregate those things. Okay. So now it is showing running. That means the application has been built. Simple. Okay. So here if you see, what are the things we have? It is running, na? So we have to go on app, not click on running. We have to go on this app. Okay, here on the top you have app, right? And this page should show. Okay. Now here is the API key which we have to put. The one which we have created from? Where is the API key? Get the API key, put the API key here. Right, so the API key from Hugging Face, okay? Then next, select a model. I'm going to go with the Distilbert model. And let's say I have this negative review. I'm going to just copy the negative review. Okay, this is where I built this part. Give the review and ask it to analyze. It's a negative review and it is telling that particular review is negative. Okay, so this is how, and it is having a higher score because everything, whatever the words have been used here, is like purely negative words. That this is bad, there's no positive words they have spoken about. All the things is negative words itself. So that is the reason why it is also scoring 1. 0.5 is neutral, or something like that. It scores that, okay, this review what you have got is totally negative review. Okay, and if it is something related to our product, obviously we need to improve on that. Okay, so let's take a positive review. And when I'm giving a positive review, it analyzes and say that what you have got the review is positive. Okay, so this is the basic deployment using Hugging Face. Now, here we have used various different models. We have used BERT model, Distilbert, we have different models, right? Underlying the concept which we have learned in the morning, that is what is there in that particular models. Okay, so these models are freely available models. Okay, and for some specific tasks, these models perform well. Then why do I need to go to OpenAI? For these small tasks, I can use this models available. Okay, and these models are also available on various platforms. Okay, even if I'm talking about Langflow, there are free other free resources models are already available there as well. Alright, so now I'm going to again quickly go through all the steps from startup. Okay, so go to Hugging Face. Alright, click on this space, create a new space. Make sure you're connected to your hotspot. Give the name, any name, whichever the particular application you're trying to build. Go to this Dockers. Right, we have different files. Okay. Now we are writing the code in Streamlit. Right, to build and deploy applications. This we can't say without knowing the concepts. I want to deploy an application building, that too on Hugging Face. That does not make sense. right? You can go through ChatGPT, ask it to generate the code. If it is making errors, you will not be able to get the answer if you don't know the technical concepts here. Okay, so Hugging Face, it requires little bit of technical knowledge. But when we go to Langflow, there you will be able to see, there you don't need the coding knowledge. It's just you need to understand, okay, where the connection has to go, what is the prompt, those things if you are able to understand. And okay, the RAG application which we have seen, what is the first step? Get the data. So those things if you are able to understand, we'll be able to make it. Okay. Click on this Dockers, click on the Streamlit, go to the bottom and say create space. Okay, it is going to create a space. Till then, go back to your Hugging Face API key token. Hugging Face API key token, user access token. Click on user access token. Here you have the settings. Click on the settings. You will get this page. So these are all the this ones which I have created 3 minutes ago, 1 hour ago, and all those kind of things. Okay. Now, for the token or for the only for the token. Okay. We have not done anything. Just we have typed Hugging Face API tokens. Hugging Face API tokens. User access tokens we have, correct? Click on this user access tokens. Done? Okay. Here we have settings. What are access tokens? And here you have access token in your settings. Click on the settings. Done? You got this page? Yeah, because you have not created now. Sorry? From there also we can get, but I want to go to the simple route now. If directly we search, people are able to. If I'm going in settings and again going there, again people will get confused. So this page everyone have reached, right? I understand there will be no tokens because we have not created any tokens as of now. I have created tokens, that's why it is showing showing these tokens to me. Okay. Now to create a token, do you see this create new token option on the top? Yes. Create new token on the top. Click on that. Create new token. So have you guys clicked on this? Okay, now the net is struggling. Okay, you got this token name and this page settings. Give the token name as sentiment analyzer or whatever the application you're trying to build, give that particular token name. Okay, and then make sure you're selecting these two things, repositories and inference. These are must, or else it will throw an error when you're trying to work with this application. What are all those things? Again, we will not dive into that detail. So till here, clear? Created? Only for repository 3, inference 3 checkboxes. Total 6 checkboxes. Done? Yes? And then go to the bottom and create the token. Go to the bottom and click on create token. So everyone have created their token? Copy that token and make sure you're keeping that token safe. Alright? Because after that, you will not be able to copy the same token again. Maybe few platforms allows you, but few platform does not allow you to again recopy the token. So always maintain a separate sheet where you have all of your tokens whenever you're working on projects. Let's say OpenAI, Grok model, we'll be also talking about Grok, okay? And Tably API key, Hugging Face, AstraDB, AIML. So whatever the projects or tokens you're working with, keep them safe so that later on you can again copy and reuse it. Okay. Now going back to this particular thing. So we have created a space on our Hugging Face library. Tokens clear, right, everyone? Okay. Now come back to the platform where we have created a space, right? In Hugging Face, we have created a space. In that, we need to go to the files. If you see on top, after app, there are files. Click on this files. Click on the source code. click on the files, click on the source code. So once you have built an application, it will show you these kind of things. Okay, there is a block of code, and then after you close that, you will be getting these interface. Correct? Welcome to Streamlit. In this, on top, if you see app is there, click on files. Okay, after clicking on files, have you gone to source code? Okay, after going to source code, did we get the Streamlit app? Click and open it, and click on edit option here. In this edit option, we need to paste our code, the one which we have developed. In this, we came to this files, right? No. This is the interface for the one which it is showing. Remove this, delete it, and then paste our code here. Whatever the code we have to paste it here. Okay. Then you need to either, it will automatically start building. So is it showing building? On the top we have running, right? There is it showing building? Again. Okay. Files. Files. App is there and files is there. Click on files and then click on that Streamlit app.py. You got the code. Select it and remove the entire code. And paste the code which we have got from the drive. You remove it. Go to the drive. You have received drive access in the WhatsApp. Okay. Again, guys, we'll go after the completion of the other topics. Okay. In the hackathon, I'll come and I'll go with all of your doubts. Okay. So one last time I'm going to move forward with this, and then we are going to go with the lang flow. Okay. So next, after removing our code, we need to paste the code which we have written, and it will start building. Once it has been built, you will get these kind of interface where it is this way. Here we need to paste our Hugging Face token, right? And we need to select the model and give the review. Whatever the review is there, once I have set analyze, it will give me the positive or negative review. Okay. So anyone who is facing doubt will be clearing those post. Sorry? 1.00, right? So it is the positive words. How many words? So if let's say it is talking positive and negative combined, but more positive is there. 0.6 positive. There is some negative as well in that. Okay? Sorry? I can't hear you. Okay. So now let's go to lang flow. Right? So let's go to lang flow. Once you search lang flow, make sure you're coming to this particular part. Okay? I'll give the link of this one in the group as well, so that you guys can directly open it and don't get confused. Okay, open this particular link. No, I've sent the link in the WhatsApp group. Don't go for the Langflow because recently Langflow has been acquired by, I think which company? I've just seen yesterday. IBM, the particular database which they use has been acquired by IBM. So they have changed few links. So that is the reason why you can just go to the WhatsApp and I've sent one link. This page should open. Correct? Okay. Now get started for free. Sign up with your Google. Get started for free. Sign up with your Google. Okay. Just so that you guys know, all the steps are again given in the Langflow part. In Langflow, we have Langflow presentation and the video is also available. Whatever I'm doing here, same video has also been made so that you guys can go ahead and do that as well. Okay. So what to do? So this particular slide they have changed. And apart from that, get started for free, click on Google sign in, then all these things start building is going to be the same one. Okay, get started for free. Okay, this is this one. Now let's see. Here we have to go. Again, I'm going to go with this lang flow. Go to this data stack. Click on get started. Sign in with the Google. Because I've already created it, it is asking me to go to Astra or Resume. So anyhow, if it is for the first time, it will just go there. We'll get the same page at the end, okay? This might take a little bit of time because it needs to set up some things in the back end. It needs to create a space for us, database and all those things it needs to create. Okay. Now here, first thing we'll go with the very simple chatbot. There's no much complication in that. After that, we will be building a research agent, which I guess many people were also waiting for the practicality of this. But unless and until we get the clear picture how these things work, we'll not be able to appreciate these things. Okay, we can make these things quickly. Once if I show you one agent now, there are multiple agents available already with the templates are available. You just need to go, change the things and use it. Okay, so for everyone, you have guys reached till this year, right? It is loading. Okay, wait. So if you guys reach there, wait. Don't click on anything. New flow and all those things, we'll look into it. I'm just resuming my old projects also. That is the reason why it is taking some amount of time. That's it. For you guys, you have not worked on it. It is just creating. For me, it is loading all the other things which I have already worked on. Which one? Okay, after the session, we can... Yeah, sure. Okay. Now, click on this new flow. We are getting these three options. Three options. Click on this basic prompting. Already the template is available. Now, anyone of you have API for the this one? OpenAI? No? So I would highly recommend everyone to spend $5 on it. Okay, so at least once you have to work with it. So make sure you're creating your OpenAI account, and I'm not talking about premium. That is different. If you go and buy premium, that is a different thing. I'm talking about API key token access. Okay, so spend, I think minimum is $5. It's not going to be costly. You need to take that particular API key. And if not, there are other tools available. One is Grok. Okay, what exactly Grok is this? It's an inference platform. What do I mean by inference platform? It is a place where all the different open source models are available, where I can run some small models on my laptop, but I'll not be able to run all the bigger models, right? So Grok provides a platform where we can run these models for free. Okay, they are working with LPUs, language processing units. Like GPU, we have LPUs, which is again a thing of research now, where it is performing better than GPUs only for the language processing task. Okay, so let's, so till here it's clear everyone, we have reached this page. Okay, don't do anything, don't touch here anything. What we will do is, we will go for this Grok. Because you guys will be working with Grok, so I'll be showing for this Grok. Okay, go to this Grok, sign in. Okay, go to the Grok and sign in. Once you have signed in, go to the developers console. Okay, once you have signed in, go to the developers console. Right, so here if you can see, say See, it is saying Grok is a fast AI inference platform, and these many developers have used. Free API keys are available. Right. OpenAI API key. So various things also they have installed. Right. See, the speed of Grok compared to others. Okay. So again, go to this developer console. Create an API key. Here are all the models, different models which we can use. These are all the open source models, right? Because already they are giving the inference for free, and then we can't ask them to pay for our model usage as well, right? So they are giving all the open source models available here, okay? Once you have created a key, here you will have the API key. Copy this API key, and again it's better to, sorry? Where do we go? To the developers console. In the Grok, go to the developers console. Create an API. API keys. There also we can create, or here also we have. In the API keys, if you go on top, we can create an API key. Give the name which you want to create an API key of, and create that API key. If not, the default API key will also be available there if you are just clicking on here, okay? Now we got the API key, and again come back to our line flow. Okay. Now here if you see, the first box is nothing but chat. Whatever the message we will be giving, that is the first box, right? And then we have prompt. This prompt, if you read, it is where we can define what exactly we have to do. Okay. So we can give the detailed instructions here. We have chat. Let's say I'm going to talk about ML. Okay. So for this, I have this prompt. Let me take this prompt. What exactly this prompt is telling is, please explain the topics in clear, concise points. After listing out the key points, give the summary. So we can define our own structure, given the tabular format and all those things. I'm defining a specific prompt. Okay. Now here there are OpenAIs available. Okay. So I will do one thing. First, I will go with the OpenAI. As I have the OpenAI API key, and let me just quickly go with that. And then this particular card, I'm going to replace it with Grok. There we have already collected an API key for Grok, right? That free inference we can do. Okay. So create an API key. Let's say I'm going to say create an API key. Copy this API key. Go back to your lang flow. This card is already there, right? I'm not changing anything right now. The only thing which I've changed is prompt. Here it is saying give the API key. I'm going to give my API key here. Okay. So I've got the API key. I've given the API key here. Correct? There are different models available in ChatGPT. Okay, I'm going to use 4.0 mini. And then I'm going to go, this is our chat output. So these are the boxes. Internally there are codes written for this. So we know this LangChain and LangFlow, right? These are the coding library, core coding libraries. But LangFlow is the no-code library. Same things if I have to do in the code, there's a specific codes we need to write for this. Okay, we need to create chains, and then we need to connect our input and our prompt, and then we will be giving it to the LLM. And then we will be getting the response which we are going to pass to the output parser. Okay, so now here if you see run component, at the last box on the top we have a play button. The moment I click on this, it starts executing my things. Okay, so I have given hello. It will try to give the explanation for hello in a concise way. So we need to not give hello, we need to give maybe ML or any topic which we want to learn, right? So here if you see, it is working. See, building, and it is stop is available. Okay, I'm not going to stop. And if you want to visualize this answers, you can go to the playground. Okay, here it will be taking some time as this is building. Here you will have the chat prompt kind of thing, where just a box will be there, you give your question, it will give you the answer. The background is what is happening in the thing. Okay. So now let's say I'm going to say ML, machine learning, I'm asking it. Okay, see, okay, it went. Again, why it is going hello? Because in the box hello is also there. We will remove that hello. It is going two inputs. Machine learning and hello. It will give the answer for hello and then it will give for the machine learning. So it is working here. Stop option is available, right? Sorry, how to? No, if you have the OpenAI key access already, if you have paid, then only you will be able to do. You need to pay through your credit card and get the access. So for that reason, I'm going to go with Grok. I've shown you with the OpenAI, right? Now we will go with Grok, which is for free. So everyone have got Grok API key, right? That is for free. OpenAI API key is not for free. Okay. Now same thing. What we need to do is go back to the plate. Okay. Here, if you see on the left side, we have models. Click on this models. We have different model providers. On the left, we have models. Once you click on this models, what we get? Different model providers. Here we have Grok. Click on this Grok, add, you will get a card for that. Okay? Now, see where the connections are there. This message has to go to input. That means if I'm using, let's say now I'm going to use Grok here. Instead of this, I'm going to use Grok. So this connection should come where? To our input. How to? That is what I am trying to show. See, first what I have done is, let me go back. This is what is already available in my platform. Go to the top left, this left side, you see models. Click on this models, you have Grok. Click on this Grok plus button. You get this Grok card, okay? Now we need to give the same connections, correct? So this input is going to, this message is going to input. So I need to give same connection from this message has to go to input. From this prompt it has to go to where? Where it is connected? In system message. That means what system message I want to give. So I'm going to go this and give it to my system message. Now I'm going to delete this particular card because I don't have OpenAI access now. I'm going to delete this. Now my Grok, okay, one thing we missed out. Message, whatever the message I'm getting, I need to also connect it to my output, which is there on text. Okay, so from message it has to go to the output. Okay. So this connections has everyone completed? Okay, so do I need to repeat or understood? Till Grok card have you guys created? No. Open this particular with OpenAI one. Chatbot also you guys have not opened. Okay, so again let's say, so this chatbot, basic prompt and chatbots also you guys have not opened it. Others? Open. Okay. Fine. We'll go with it. So okay. So she'll be assisting you guys. Okay. Others, please pay attention here. Till here it's clear, right? What we have to do, the connections is also clear, correct? Get it from the Grok. We already got it from the Grok. Na? That, keep it there. Now, here we need to paste the API key which we got from our Grok. Here we got this API key. Na? That is, again, we have kept it here. So that Grok API key, you need to go back and paste it. Where is the model? Here. Rather than OpenAI API key, I'm going to give the Grok key. Okay. Here we need to also select the model which we want to use. There are free models available on Grok. So those models are shown here. Let's say I'm going to go with Llama 3, 8 billion parameters. That's it. The connections are ready. Llama 3, 8 billion parameters model. Okay. Now give the input. Let's say I'm going to say ML and run it. It will show this box is executing, this box is executing, and this is in the final output one. Okay. Now if you see, I might have already, I'll be getting the answer here in the playground. I've given the ML as the question, it will be giving me the answer. It's already there in the drive. In that drive, if you go, the prompt, the concise prompt which we have written, in this, in the drive, if you see towards the lang flow. No, sorry, I think it's in generative AI. There's a Excel file. If you go on to this Excel file, the first one is prompt. There we have a prompt. Jenny, API keys are there, don't go for that API keys. For the prompt, you have to go on prompts. Right. So, is this clear? We are getting the output? Yes? Message is connected to input. See here. Prompt is connected to system message. And message is now connected to text. So the connections which you have done, already it's on the screen. Now maybe your connections are wrong. Which one? This connection. From message to the text. Okay, have you selected the model? Okay. OpenAI we are not going to use. Delete the OpenAI card. Click on that and press delete. Done? Click this grok, make it and then connect this. Okay? Right, is this clear everyone? You're getting the output for this? Getting the output for the basic one? Okay, fine. Alright, so this is our basic prompt. If you want to build a basic prompt, just I'll quickly go through the steps once more from starting. Lang flow, go to this particular website. Guys, everyone stop doing what you're doing. Please pay attention here. Once I'm going through the steps once more. This is happening because we are trying to listen and do parallelly. Now first, please listen to me. And post that we are going to follow that. Okay? So I'm going from very start. So everyone is paying attention here? Okay. Click on this, get started. All the steps are there in the PDF. Same, step by step is given in the PDF. Okay? Sign in. Sign in with Google. Okay, it will take some time. Click on this, new flow. Don't do anyone, please watch here. Here we have these three options. Click on this, basic prompting. It will give us the ready-made template available. Right? Okay. Then next, go to this OpenAI. We don't have the OpenAI API key. So we have went to Grok and we have created our account and we got the API key from there. Correct? Right. Now, next, I'm going to go to this models, select the Grok card and add it. Clear till here? Everyone clear? Okay. Next, go to this particular input. Go to this message and connect it to input. The message has to be connected to the input. Then next, this system prompt message has to be connected to system message. The message which we are getting, the answer which we are getting through the model is going to get connected to this is going to get connected to sorry? One second. On the models, on the top left we have models. Once we click on this models, we will have, if you scroll down, we will have this grok. Okay? And click on this grok, you will be getting this grok card. Okay? Now pay attention here, guys. The video is already available as well. Okay? This particular message has to be connected to the text file. Okay? If it is not getting connected, make sure you're deleting this and then connect it. It has been connected. Paste your API key here, the one which we got from Grok, paste it here, and then give the model which you want to use. Gamma, 7 billion parameters, or the different models are available, give that particular model. Okay. Here we can change the input which we have to give to the model. Let's say I'm saying ML, it will give me the explanation on ML. If I'm saying DL, it will give me the explanation on DL. So is this clear, everyone? Okay. Now, again, let's go with the next one. Then we can continue with the practice part. Okay. So go back to Langflow. Okay. So not AstraDB, we'll go to the home page. Right. So once we have understood the basics, now there are multiple things now which we can do. Here, if you see, we have all templates. Where once I click on this new flow, everyone please pay attention here. Once I click on this new flow, I have this top left all templates column. Once I go to this all templates column, here you can see there are different ready-made templates available for me. Okay, vector store rag, basic prompt, let's say search agent, different invoice summary. If you give invoice, it will do the summary. All the different things are available. Let's say research agent, market agent, Gmail analyzer. There are various different things available. Okay, so let's say I'm going with market research or research agent. We can take. The moment I click on this research agent, it is going to open a predefined template for me. Now this is again very simple. Whatever we have done in our basic prompt, right? Same thing we need to follow here. The best thing is some templates work really good with OpenAI models. The free existing models will not be able to give you the answers. Okay? So again, in future when you're practicing, I would highly recommend get $5 API key. The template is already available here. Nothing we have to do. Don't change any cards as well. The moment you start changing cards, you will start getting confusion. Okay? So see, the first thing is input, right? The message. What exactly the prompt is given here? Where it went? Research effective of different prompt engineering techniques. So whatever the question you want to research about, give that particular prompt here. Okay. Then next, here we have detailed prompt. What are the steps you want, right? That is the question which I'm giving, and this is the prompt, which will remain same for all the different things. Let's say, first topic I'm giving ML. Based on this structure, it will create nodes for ML. Then I'm giving DL. Based on this structure, it will create nodes for DL. The first one was user input, and this one is system message, or the prompt template, okay? So first box done, input, user input. Second is prompt. This is going to our OpenAI part, right? Here, get the OpenAI API key and paste it here. So here I have my OpenAI API key. I'm going to just give the OpenAI API key. Now this Tably, it is again a search engine, which I said, right? We can go with DuckDuckGo, we have SERP API, different search engines. Tably is one of the search engine. Okay, so you have to go to Tably, create an account and get the API key for that. Alright, go on Tably, create an API account and get the key for that. Okay, so I'm going to do that. Please follow along and then we will go with the practical for you guys. Okay, so let's say we have Tably API key. Once you are going for the very first time, it will ask you to create the account and log in. Okay, so go to the playground, log in with your Google, Tably, Tably. Okay, here I have. Okay, if you go towards this API. In the overview, we have this default API available. In the overview, already a default API is available, we can use that API, okay? So copy this API, go back to your Langflow, okay? Copy this API, go back to the Langflow, and put this Tably API key here. Now what are we doing? Why are we connecting this Tably? If you remember, ChatGPT, does it has the knowledge? Yes. Does ChatGPT have the knowledge about recent informations? No. So what are we going to do? We are going to connect tools. That is what we have seen in the first half. Different tools are there. So I'm connecting our Tably API key tool here. Okay. So I got the Tably API key. The job of this is to go to the internet and search whatever the questions I'm going to ask. Okay. Then again, for that we need a detailed prompt support. What exactly it needs to search. Here we have the prompt for that. Yes, if it is not able to answer the person, it does not have that particular information, then it needs to go and do the search on the internet. So someone needs to do that for it, right? Here Tably is the one which is doing for it. Not exactly as an agent, we call it as tool. Okay, agent is something where it understands what it has to do and then go and do it. But here ChatGPT is telling what it needs to search. It's just a tool. It's like a calculator. Okay. Yes, we can use Grok, but we will do it later. Okay, so first let's go with the OpenAI. But again, what will happen is these Grok models are again free inference models. They will not be able to give a proper search and you will not be able to get proper results. Same thing, go with OpenAI, you will get a good result. Try to go with any other models, it will start struggling. Okay, that is the reason why when they have built this template, Langflow is nowhere related to ChatGPT. But still, whenever people are building this template, they use the best model which is available for that particular use case. Maybe we can go with other models, the answer is not going to be good. Okay. So this is the prompt to support our Tably search, what it has to search, and then this is the agent. It combines everything and do the task for us. Okay. And then this is, after that it will give us the output. It has gone to the internet. So that is what we have seen, right? It will go to the internet, it will collect the information. Now that information needs to go back to the model. Right. That is what is happening. If you see the last box, again it is OpenAI API key model, correct? So before that, we also have some prompts to support it. Let's say, if you see this prompt, see, here you are a research expert. These are the key findings. Okay, key findings are, so that it is asking it to create in this particular format. And here we have that, whatever the results we got from Tably, it has gone to the internet and searched. We are getting some results from Tably, correct? See, Tably is connected to this, right? Tably is internally connected to this, okay? So here, whatever the results I'm getting, I'm going to save them, search results. These search results, along with the detailed prompt, is again given to the LLM. Now, imagine this in human context, right? I'm asking you a question. You are taking a question and you are getting the answer, and then you are taking answer, taking question, and then again you are reading and giving the answer. Does it sounds like intelligent? You don't even remember what was the question. You took the question, you went, you searched, you bought the answer, and then you are sitting, again taking the question, looking into the answer, and then trying to answer. That is what AI is. It's a good, see, the whole application looks like one, but in the background, this is what is happening. It does not know anything, especially with the untrained data, right? So new things, it is getting the information like this. For the other things, whatever the knowledge it is generating the answer. And that is the reason why it has many mistakes as well. Hallucination happen, and even though the answer is not correct, it will give with the confidence. See, so the job of the first prompt is, it will tell how you have to search on the internet. For Tably, I have given a topic. You need a structured search. That is what the first prompt is doing. Okay. The second prompt on the top, it is taking the information which you have searched from the internet, and it is storing in a variable, Tably. Okay. And then the third, this one, third prompt which we have, it is telling what information you got from Tably. In that information, look into these things. Okay, not just that. If you see there's one line coming from very far to that, right? That is the question. It does not even remember the question which we have asked. That question we are again connecting back to this. Now it has understood that, okay, it has the data and it has the question, and we are also telling what it needs to do. Combining that, it will give us the answer. Okay, so let's execute this. Here we need to give OpenAI API key. Okay, and select the model is already selected and run. Okay, here we got an error. We need to give OpenAI key here as well. Wherever this is there, OpenAI is there, we need to give the OpenAI key. Once you start running, it will start running and executing. Okay, let me just stop it. So wherever we find OpenAI API key, enter the OpenAI API key. If not, then you have to replace it with Grok. Okay, and here if you see in agent, we can click and get various models from here itself. But if you try, you will not be able to get good results with any other open source platforms. Okay, other paid, if you are going to get good results. Okay, now if I'm executing, let me stop this. See, it is started, so it is now in this box, then it will go to next box. So like that it will execute, and in the playground you will be able to get the result. Okay, now I want you guys to give it a try. Okay, sorry? Okay, so shall I replace it with Grok and do it? Okay, sure. Let's execute this and then we'll go with the Grok. But again, I can't promise the output. See, there are few limitations. Right. Before today, I could have not asked you guys to come up with OpenAI API key. I have certain limitations. Right. I'll get your information today morning itself. Right. It's not like I'll be able to know the moment you register it. So next time, I've already asked to have some prerequisites. So this is must, because if you want to implement these applications, okay, if you want to implement these applications, there are certain prerequisites. I can directly jump into this. But if you're not able to use it without API key, then again it will be like I'm not taking it properly. Right. So as this is a little bit of technical thing, we might need some resources. Okay. So that is the reason why we have already made a detailed video on what has to be done and kept it in the drive for you guys. Okay. So later on, if you guys go home and later on as well, go to this Langflow. Here we have Langflow basic prompt. Not sure why this is giving in this blue format. So we have to go to this new project. Okay, once we are going to this new project, go to this, these three options are available. Click on basic prompt. Here we have this OpenAI API key available. Okay, now we need to change this particular thing, OpenAI API key. Okay, so click on this, go to left, Grok API key. We are creating the Grok API key for the first time, right? Login. I've kept the speed fast, so it is looking like this. It is actually slow. If you go slow, you will be able to make sense of it. Okay, creating the prompt, Grok API key, copy the Grok API key, go back to this platform and paste, like create a model. Okay, we are adding a Grok, we are deleting this, and then we are making the connections. So for this, the video is also available. For the one which we have just worked on, that video is also available. Okay, Langflow presentation, agentic presentation, which we have, that is also available. Okay, that video I think has not been added. We'll add that one as well. And the RAG video is also available. Okay, so till here it's clear. Okay, I think it was throwing some error. Let's try to check the API keys. Tably. Sorry? More than $5. We can pay, but $5 is minimum, I guess. If you pay. No. For that answer, it won't take. It is going to be in cents, not even in dollars. It's going to be very minimal. Okay, here. research agent, we have OpenAI API key. Replace it. OpenAI API key is 1 in the agent's 2 time. Wherever I'm pasting OpenAI API key, there is the place where I need to get the other model. Okay, 3 times. I think OpenAI API key is done. 1, 2, 3. And I need to go for the Tably API key. Okay, so Tably API key, or shall we create it? Okay, where is the create option? They keep on changing the interface. Can anyone, okay, get your Tably expert? No. Ah, okay, fine. Get this API key, go to this, put your Tably API key. See, these 2 boxes are being executed. Then it is searching. Now it is agent is created, and agent is going and searching the specific information which has been asked. So this is an agent. What it is using, the other things it is using. And then we got the output. That output is now given to the ChatGPT to get the answer. Okay. So if you go on to the playground, it will give you the answer in a minute. Okay, this is the question, and it will be giving us the answer. Anything if you want to research, you will be able to do. It will go to the Google search if the answer is not available in the model. Okay. One more thing is, as these platforms are free, right, so there will be again certain set of limitations, right? So sometimes they'll not be able to maintain these platforms all the time. Okay, so some or the other lags will be there. So just now I've executed, but it is not showing the answer. Then again I'm executing, it will show the answer. Right, so these kind of some technical lags will be there, technical glitches. Very rarely it happens, but it will be there. If what is not found, results. So the Tably is helping it to do it. Tably is the tool which will go on the internet and search for it. Tably is itself a separate search engine which it has its own process, it will search. We have Google search as well. So API key we have to get, and we can also use the Google search one as well. Yep, a kind of not search engine, it's like a, not exactly the user friendly, like it's just through API we have to access. Okay, it's a tool. Okay, so after this we are going to work on RAG application. Post RAG, you guys can practice this, and I'll be able to solve problems or whatever the doubts you guys have. Okay, so any questions this side in this things? Okay, doubts I'm going to take after this part. Anyone here? Yes? Huh? See, first you need to know what is the data. Okay, so you have collected the data. Then what exactly are you trying to do through that data? That is also important, right? So this research engine, what one which we have seen. Let's say you can build this for a company and give it. They have some specific requirement which they want to research about. So modify those prompts to get that particular specific information. Prompts we have to change. So based on the prompts, and we need to identify for that particular part, let's say you're searching some financial related information. So Tably is for generic search. For financial related information, we might have some tool. That tool we have to connect instead of Tably, and then changing the prompts, you can make the research agent. Okay? So this is something which we can explore and learn. So let's say first you need to understand there's a lang flow which is able to do this. Now you have understood the technical concept behind it, correct? So what is LLM, what it does, where do we need tools? So now based on your question, we need to only change the tool. So you need to search what tool fits for my use case, and then change that tool, and then we'll be able to use it. Okay? Right. So if it is a relevant question, I'll be able to take. If not, we are going to move further. Yeah, go ahead. You can create multiple API keys for that. Okay, it's not like one API key. Based on the number of calls, it is going to exhaust your $5. Okay. See, we got the answer. Executive summary. Like, so based on this, we can change the prompts and we can ask what research it has to specifically do. Okay. Now everyone please pay attention here. We will be going through the RAG model. After this 1 hour time which we have, it is like a hackathon of a practice. You guys can practice and we'll be coming through each and every one and we'll be taking your doubts and clearing those things. So these two things have been cleared, basic chatbot and multiple templates. Go with any other template. You can explore other template, create, change, get the API keys and you are able to work with it. Okay. Go to this. Create a new flow, go to the AI template, we have this invoice summarizer. The ready-made template for the invoice summarizer is already available. Okay. 1 second. Okay. So see here, the prompt is available. We need to give this API key. So we need to go to this particular application, check if this particular API key is for free. If not, it is paid, then we need to take the paid one, and then we'll be able to do this. Right. See, that is the reason why once your basics are very clear, you can switch into multiple things and work on. Right. Learning this is not that difficult. Go to any template. Let's say here we have this reviewer, correct? So that go to that particular website, create an account, get the API key. Just change the API key here and execute it. You'll be able to use this summarizer. I think it is a summarizer, right? You'll be able to use this summarizer. Okay. So now let's go to the RAG one, which is a bit complicated because see guys, we need to understand we are building a real application here. So there will be multiple steps involved. Okay. So please pay attention here. I do not want anyone to use your laptops, please. It's a humble request. Okay. So click on this new workflow. Go to this vector store. Why it is not working? Okay, let us refresh the page. Click on this new workflow. Go to this vector store. Here you have two parts available, correct? The bottom one is the first and the top one is the second part which we need to work on, right? Now, if you go back to the presentation, while we were studying RAG, there were two slides. Do you remember? One, what was the first step which we were doing? We need to collect the data. After collecting the data, what was the next step? Divide the data into chunks. Correct. After doing the chunking, what we need to do? We need to embed them. Okay, so this is RAG. See, load the data, split the data, embed the data, store it in the vector database. So these steps I'm going to do. Next step I'm going to do it later. See, again, this is where we have seen already this, right? We'll be doing that later. Now, coming to this, the bottom one which you see is the first step. Okay, so here if you see, they have said first step as well, clearly has been mentioned. Now go on this and don't do, you guys please watch here, don't perform it, okay? Once we click on this, it will give me the option to upload the document. Okay, whatever the document, PDF document you have now, I have uploaded. So this is your data. You can upload multiple documents and that is going to be your data source. So first step what I have done, I have collected the data. Then what I have to do next? After collecting the data, what was the next step? We need to split it. To split it, there are two things, chunk overlap and chunk size. Okay, let's say I have a document of 10,000 words. Okay. Now, how many splits I want to do? How many chunks I want to divide? So I've given the chunk size as 200. So that 10,000 data, the words which I have, will be divided into 200. And below we have chunk overlap, right? Chunk, on the top I think we have chunk overlap. Chunk size is 1,000. The first one is chunk overlap. So now we are talking about chunk size. So that means one chunk should be of 1,000. In the 10,000 words, what is the chunk size? 1,000 words. Okay. This is our chunk size. In 10,000 words, I am creating one chunk of 1,000 words. So how many chunks I can create? 10 chunks. But now, if I am separating it like that, the connectivity might be missed. So 1 to 1,000 is one chunk, and there is chunk overlap as well. What is the chunk overlap size? 200. So the second chunk starts from 800 to 1,000, like next 1,000. Then from that 800, whatever there is there, so that there's an overlap connectivity available there. Okay, so these two things are clear. Okay, next what we need to do, we need to create those embeddings. We have taken the data, we have divided it. Next step is to create the embeddings. Now when I'm saying creating of the embeddings, what is happening actually? The thing which we have seen, it is doing all the pre-processing operations in background, and it is dividing those things, and then it is converting those words into vectors, into numbers. Okay, this already OpenAI have trained some models. So based on that model which it has trained, it is going to do the embedding technique. Okay, that is the reason why we have various different embedding techniques also available. If you go here, you will be also able to see embedding on the top left. Correct? We can go with various embedding techniques. Okay, see again, to go with others, it will again complicate the things. And we can explain, but still it might be lot of confusion. So, same suggestion, get the OpenAI, because that is the reason why while building this, they did not use any other cards. They could have built it for free cards as well, right? There are some templates are there for free cards, but they are not that effective. So that is the reason why we are going to go with OpenAI API key. Same thing, if you want to replace this, go to the embedding, and there you have different embedding options available. Let's say I'm clicking on this embedding. Same the way which we have done in the first part, right? We have bought Grok and we have replaced it. Same steps you need to follow. Get a free source model. Maybe you can use this Hugging Face you can use. There we have free models. And one more is there. AIML embeddings also you can use. That is also free model. So that we can use. Okay. Now go back to your OpenAI API key. Get your OpenAI API key and add it here. Okay. Now these are few extra steps we need to do. See, whenever we are, yes. OpenAI API key. So we need to create an OpenAI API account. Okay. After this, I'm going to show that part. OpenAI API account, how to go there, how to pay, and we'll be getting some this one. Okay. So now coming back to this, so just the part is we don't have the OpenAI API key in our hand, but let's assume we have it as of now. Okay. Coming back to this, if you see here, we have created embeddings, but we need to store it somewhere. Correct. And what we are using Langflow platform here. So Langflow platform is integrated somewhere. So we need to create. There will be millions and millions of databases, right? So there are certain steps which we need to create our own database. So that is what we are going to now do. Okay. Go to this particular. From there we need to get this particular token. So for this, click on Langflow AstraDB. Okay. Here if you go, here you have this create database. Okay. Again, I understand this is confusing, so the video is also available for step by step you guys can follow. I'm just going to show the video and again I'm going to go back. Okay, this I think renaming is there. Rack system has not been added. Instead of rack that has been added, I'll replace it after the session. So videos will be available for that. Okay. Now once we are going back to this part, what we have done, we were in this particular Langflow platform. No? We were in this Langflow. Correct? Here we have this our vector database. So from here, I'm going to go on top, click Astra DB. Okay, once you have clicked, okay, leave. Once I move there, we are moving to this particular page. If you go down here, create a database. Here we need to give the name of the database. I'm going to say DBA database. Here we have the service provider. We can go with Amazon, and region we can go with Eastern Asia. Nothing, we need not to change anything here. Again, I'm going to repeat, create a database, name added, Amazon Web Services already there, just add the region here. Create a database. No. As of this one, we need not to have any AWS those items. Only the requirement here is API key from OpenAI. Okay. Now this database creation will take a time because it needs to do some pre-operations. It needs to allocate some memory for you, and it needs to have some installations and all those things, which is going to take care in the background. Okay. So till then, what we will do is we will go to the OpenAI API key part. Okay. Go to this OpenAI API key. Create an OpenAI API key. As I have paid $5, I have the access to create it. Let's say we have not paid this $5. Okay. So what we need to do? We need to make sure we are adding our billing details. So if you go for the billing, where is billing? It's not showing me here. Storage, batch. Sorry, it's there. Billings. Here, if you see, credit balance, I have $2 available. Okay, so out of $5, I have used $3, and I've been using this for the experiment purpose in this workshops. So it is not going to be expensive for you. Okay, so we need to make sure that we are adding a payment, add credentials, $10, and then we have to pay. Okay, for that we need to add our credit card details, and once we are able to add that, we will be able to make the payment. Once we have made the payment, again you can go back to the OpenAI dashboard towards the OpenAI API key, and you will be able to create the OpenAI API keys. Okay? Yes. Yes, you can use free model, but the answers will not be that good. And some cards are not going to work properly. Cards in a sense, when the templates which we have seen, right? So those cards are fine-tuned with OpenAI models. When I was discussing open source or closed source, which is better? I said both are better. In closed source, what was the benefit? Multiple features, right? So OpenAI have fine-tuned their models for small things as well. That is why they charge money. Other models are not able to do those things. Even though there are free models available, heavily in the market, we also, when we build applications, we heavily rely on OpenAI itself. Because the less work, rather than again training or again creating the multiple steps, they have already fine-tuned the model. We'll be able to use that particular model. Okay? So is this clear? Ma'am, is this clear for the OpenAI part? Okay. Now let's see. Let's go back to this, and it's still initializing the database. Okay. So it might take some amount of time. After it has initialized, we need to generate the access token for this. So that we need to use this database, right? So we need to generate the access token. We have uploaded a PDF, and then what we are doing? We are converting, embedding, and all those things. Now we need to store it somewhere. Okay, after storing, is my voice audible? Okay, after storing it somewhere, we need to again retrieve it back, correct? So that is where, if you see, the bottom and the top will not be connected. In the one which we have seen, the bottom and the top will not be connected through the lines. Right? It is actually taking internally, okay? So let me open that here. Still it is creating a database. Okay, it's creating, it will give you this one. Okay, OpenAI API key we have added, but if you see, is there any connection between the bottom one and the top one? No, right? So this connection will be through the database. The one which I am creating here, it has created a database. Now what I need to do? I need to generate a token. This token is going to act as the connecting link between our database. Okay, so let's say I'm going to give this as, I'm generating a token. Copy this token and go back to this particular place, replace this token here. Okay, so I've added a token. Now, what I have done so far, I have just allotted myself a space in Astra DB. Okay, that this is my space. In here I can create many databases. So database, let's say I'm working with multiple projects. So project 1 database, project 2 database. Like this we can create multiple databases. Okay, so I'm going to create a new database into the place which we have allotted ourselves. Select a database. Okay, before selecting we need to add a database. So the name of the database I'm going to say DB1. Cloud provider we can go with AWS, select region, Eastern Europe, create it. Okay, so I think, yeah, select a database also. Here we can create a new database. DB1, cloud provider Amazon, select region US, create a database. Amazon. One second, we'll check this. Okay, we'll create it from here, create a collection, and I'll give the collection name maybe here it has been created. Okay, here we can see DBA has been created. Okay, now I'm going to click on this DBA. So there's some technical issues where it was creating. Now this DBA has been created. Okay, once I've created this DBA, I have also created collection there. Correct? So that collection I'm going to take it, and now I'm going to execute this. So what is happening here? Whatever the data I have taken, it has divided into multiple chunks and it has stored into our vector database. So the entire, whatever the things we have converted into embeddings is now available in the vector database. Now we are going to go to this token which we have created, right? This is the connecting link. When I'm going on top, see here we have this again token. So the moment I give this token, it will auto give me the suggestions for the databases. Okay, it will take some time to load. Once it has loaded, it is giving me the name of the database which we have created. Once I select this database, it will be having all the information of that particular PDF which we have stored into the Astra DB. Okay? Yes. This PDF file we are going to give it. 2 pages file. You can collect your data sets from anywhere, PDF files, right? So let's say you're working on some use case. Then you can collect the PDF for that particular use case and you can upload it. I think we can go with somewhere around 200, 300 MB from last what I checked. Yeah, it can go. Yes, for free it will be there limits. For free always there will be limits. Why they give for free? One second. Why do they give for free? So that you get used to it and then you pay and use it. If they don't give for free, nobody will use it. And then we will never pay for it. Okay? Yes. No, see, offline, but again, how do you use the LLM model then? But you will be able to deploy it onto this, like let's say you build a conversational AI, something from this, and you want to deploy it on some website for someone. You can do it. Okay? Not like download and upload, no, not like that. There will be some connecting things we have to do. But here it's going to work. So from that website it is going to be called. At the back end it will be running on Langflow. Answer will be given by Langflow, again it will be displayed on website. For that again we need to get the API key and then connect it. No. For that again we have to go with LangGraph and LangChain. Manually we are going to write and then it's not going to go on the Langflow server. We can define where we want to put it on AWS or where do we want to run it, we can define it. Yep. OpenAI. Rest is the free part. Okay. So we'll complete this and then we'll go for the question and answer and the hackathon as well. Okay. So now if you see I have selected the database, it will also give me the collection name which I have to use. Right. And again the parser is there. What is the job of this parser? Whenever the output I'm getting or whatever it needs to parse through it in a structured way. That is what parser is going to do. We have prompt and then we have this one. Now going back to this, again it will make sense. See here. Okay, not here, here. Right. So we have a question, correct? Same thing, is it available here? Yes or no, check. For this particular thing, are we giving the question again or no? Here. The question is available here, correct? So same thing, question is there. Then the next thing, what is the next thing here we are doing? We are searching the relevant data, correct? To search the relevant data, these are the things. Here is my database and this is the parser, this is the prompt. Give me the context answers based on the question. Right? So I'm going to search that particular thing. Then whatever I'm getting from that, here what I'm doing, I'm giving the question, the search data and a prompt to our LLM. Same thing I'm trying to do here. I'm going to give this to our LLM. So based on the previous data, here if you can see, the question is also connected. And the data which we are getting from the database is coming through this AstraDB parser and we are getting the data here. And from the background, the question is coming to this particular prompt. From this, we are going to give it to the LLM model. And when we are executing, it will give us the answer regarding that particular database. OpenAI API key is missing. Go get your OpenAI API key, place it here, and execute it. Okay, here, okay, this box is not required, it is not connected anywhere. but just so it is there, we can use it. We can delete it also, you'll get the answers. Okay, so what was the first step which we have done? We have converted the documents into embeddings, vectors, and stored it into the vector database, into the Astra DB, where we got the token from. Then on the second step, what we have done is we have taken a question and we have taken the database. From that database, based on the question, we are searching the relevant information. That relevant information with our question and the prompt is again given back to the LLM, which will generate the output. Okay, so this is our rack system. No, we need not to connect. That is the point. See, in the bottom what I have done, I have created a database and I have got the access token for that. So that access token is the connection. Same access token I'm going to give on the top. When I give that access token on the top, it will give me those databases here, DB1, and then the collection which it has. So this access token is the connection link between them. So first step I'm doing separately. I'm skipping because once we do the vectorization and store it, do we need to do it again and again? Once we have stored it, but can we use it multiple times? Multiple questions we might have, right? So this particular database is separated itself. Okay, it's throwing an error. Yes, OpenAI embedding will also take some cost. Gemini also we can use, again you can use it paid version, but still the tools have been more towards this orientation, okay? Yes, free API also we can get for Gemini and we can try to use it. If you have the Gemini card here, if you see in the models, if you have Gemini, you can replace it exactly with this part. Role of the parser. One second. Oh, it's still building. Okay. Did we delete it? I think yes. Fine, that's why it is giving an error. We'll check that. Okay, so let's open. But mostly while building the applications, we don't go with the no-code tools. You know what might be the reason? Cost. The building cost with code might be a little bit expensive. We need to give an engineer and all those things. But once we have built this, Langflow also needs to take charge of their service, which will again come up as a cost. But if we are able to build these connections, okay, and we are able to deploy it, so that will not cost us as much as Langflow will cost us, okay. So as in real time, when we will be developing, we will be going with the code parts. So that is the reason why even the no-code tools are available, still data scientist jobs are increasing. Why? Because everyone wants to make sure that they are spending less money and getting more profit out of it, okay. Sorry? A no-code platform. We'll see after this, okay? Role of the parser, right? So parser is like when we have the data, we want to collect some specific information from the data. It is going to parse through the data, and I'm going to define what information we need to collect. Right, so there is many data available. So that from that, key things which I need to collect. I'll be giving the JSON format for those things, parser. So it will extract that thing and it will give it to you. That's it. So output parser, it is just parsing the output in the structured way which we want. That's it. No other job of it. Is lang flow? Is it slow because it is free? What you said, I did not hear clearly. No, the internet is an issue here. Not just that, because it won't usually be this slow. The internet is also an issue because we need to work with hotspot and I'm getting only one signal here. Yes? One second. Till that, you guys can practice the agent part. So I'll just check what is the error and connections. So the agent which we have built, right? Go to the new flow, go to the agent and try with the agent part. Okay? And if anyone have any doubts, you can let me know. We'll come and assist you guys. There will be multiple documents which we will be working with. Okay, so let's say we are working with documents of 2025, documents of 2024, documents of 2023. Okay, so I can create multiple collections. 2023 collection, 2024 collection, 2025 collection. Just different collections in one data we can have. That is the collection there. Anyone, if you have any doubts, you can raise your hands and we'll come and assist you with that. And I think we can take 10 minutes break also. If anyone wants, they can quickly go and come for the break. And then we can practice this. The hackathon problem will be use any of the templates and try to build an application. These criteria is it should be able to execute, even if it is a simpler one. See, we are not trying to understand everything in one day and try to work on it. But if you're able to understand what are the components, what are the connections, and if you build a simple model as well, it should be able to execute it. Okay, the task will be use Grok itself. Make the connections which are there with OpenAI. No need to go for the complex ones. We'll go there as well later on. Like once we have understood the basics, we can go there, right? So use Grok and try to get the output for any of the agents. Okay, don't go with the complex one because the goal here is to understand how things work and build something. Okay, so after the break, you guys can work on it, and if anyone have any doubts, you can raise your hands. We'll come and explain or clear those doubts. Okay. Try to be back in 10 to 15 minutes, guys, if you're going for break. So sorry.
Hello, good evening, guys. So now I will be announcing yesterday hackathon's winners. Okay? Are you guys ready? Okay. So I will start from the fourth position. So the fourth position goes to Charan's team. Is Charan here? I think his problem statement was emotional expression detection for men for suicide prevention. Is he here? He's not here.
Okay. Tell me the name, I'll note down so we can give the e-certificate.
Charan.
And the problem is?
Emotional expression detection for suicide, like men's suicide prevention. Okay. So for the people who are not here, I will just be saying that you guys will be getting e-certificates. Okay, fine. So for the third position, it's Janani's team. Problem statement was emotion identifier for babies through sound detection. Is Janani's team here somewhere? Okay. Can we clap for them, please?
One second, not this one. Congratulations. So you need to write on your names. Okay. I think they left. You can write on your names.
Okay, so for the second position, it's Nagul's team. Smart inventory management in departmental stores and households.
So the criteria for deciding this was, it has to be unique. Waste management, sign language, hundreds and hundreds of have done same thing. So whenever we were looking into this one, it has to be unique. Based on that we have decided. There might be a use case, waste management, you might be thinking, why as a waste management, a good use case I have not won it. There are almost 23 waste management. 23, same, then we can't give for 23. So based on the uniqueness we have decided. Okay, congratulations guys. So one more thing, the certificate, luckily for first, second and third, it says all first. There's no second, third on the certificate printed. Okay, so it's going to be first itself for you guys as well. Okay, so I'll explain what they have done. Or can anyone come in and explain what they have done? Yeah, go ahead. We can explain it because we have other things.
Okay, our idea was simple. So let's take it in a home. Okay, let's take an almari or an 4 drawer something. We'll have some cameras over there. So what it's gonna do is, it'll suppose there in a bucket in a drawer there is full of tomatoes. And our thing is, if it comes under 3 or 4 tomatoes, it will go, if it's insufficient, it will go to the web and it will compare prices in Blinkit, Zepto and other e-commerce websites and gives a notification to the guy who is in the house that this is insufficient. You may order it from here or you can take it, keep it in your grocery list. And we wanted to do it in a way that in our Indian households, our mom would definitely not keep tomatoes separately, potatoes separately. Everything would be in the same basket, onions, potatoes, tomatoes. We wanted to segregate it and we want to do it. That's it. That was our idea.
Congratulations, guys. Okay, so for the last and the final team who bagged the first prize, I hope that team is here. So their problem statement was something which was the only unique problem statement that I found out of all the problem statements. So I think, just a second. Huh. So the first prize goes to Shripat's team. Shripat, are you here? Okay. So his problem statement was metro yellow line crossing detection. So I will let him explain his project. Congratulations.
You are alone? One man army? No, I mean that do you have anyone in your team or you are alone?
Just explain.
Yeah, hi everyone. My idea is we see in metros, right, people crossing yellow lines and staff saying, just please move away from yellow line. So I have just taken it as a problem statement and find if anyone crossing this yellow line, we have pre-placed cameras right there, right? Just identifying and giving one alarm to move back. That's all. This is my idea, and this is what reduces the effort of staff and keep them active all the day. That's all.
Okay. One more thing. Okay, so one more thing we need to understand, there were few good ideas. Okay, but practicality is very important. So we have looked into this, it is practically feasible to build. There were a few ideas where I don't remember whose idea it was. If they are there, they can raise their hands. Insect identification. Anyone? Insect identification? Okay, they're not here. So the idea was, in the farms, we will have those places where cameras are available, and if any insects comes in, we are going to sprinkler water or something to send them away. Okay, the idea is actually good, but practically it is not possible. The amount of cameras we need, it is not going to be feasible. Okay, so whenever in any situation, if you are trying to solve a problem, we need to look into the practicality of it as well. Right. So if it is actually implementable, if it is practically feasible for us to do or not. Okay. So based on this, I can understand few ideas were really good. There were few ideas for women's safety. But again, that is common, which has been done many times. So whenever you are going to any hackathons as well, with the problem statement, you also need to look into if it is too common. Try to add some features and make it unique. It's not like that it has to be totally unique. I understand there will be majority of the things which have been already solved. Right? We can't expect to come up with all the time new problem statement. But practicality you can explain and try to add few things. The one which I liked about them was, okay, we did not create a system to send the message and notifications. But they thought about it. This is going, if we are going to be able to do this, we'll be able to do these things. And it is practically implementable as well. Okay? Right. So on that note, generative AI, sorry, this Langflow, if anyone are able to execute, I will be distributing the certificates for that as well. Okay. If you have executed, please raise your hand and we'll be seeing and we'll be distributing the certificates. Okay, I'm coming.
Okay guys, so we have the first person who has completely executed her workflow, so she'll be explaining.
Hello, my name is Vandana. So I created a AI assistant for women who have a hard time understanding how to plan their budget for their daily use or elsewhere. So here I have a chat input and a prompt that can explain the financial term to the women or people who need it. And here I connected it to an agent connected to Grok and pasted the API key over here. So what it does is, if I give it a budget plan for 8,000, it gives me an output where it suggests me how I could use the money and distribute it accordingly for my necessities. So this was a plan and it was named as her AI. So yeah, thank you. Groxes. Explain the financial term. In case she doesn't know the particular financial term, she can take assistance.
All right, you can explain quickly. Okay, anyone, have you guys completed any use case? You can come and show. Quickly. We have, quickly you have to go through it. We'll try to wind it up in 15 more minutes, this part, and then we'll go for any questions.
Should I drag and drop there?
Yeah, I think it is duplicating the display. No. I think 1 second, it is going to 2 displays. Done?
Okay. Hi, now it's showing. Okay. Okay, I worked on the. We did. We group of 5 people did a model on travel planning agents. So we use all the default prompts. Huh? No. So I used all the default prompts given in the boxes, and I took the Google Search API and then used the Grok API as well. So when I use the playground button, this gives me a travel itinerary plan for Sao Paulo. Also, I've given another prompt to plan a trip to Bali, 7-day trip. So all these boxes are default, and I've just used Google Search API and the Grok API. I can also show you with another prompt. It will take a few seconds. No, I have not used the OpenAI because the API key requires subscription. This is the architecture. Okay, I'll zoom out. This is the input given, and the API I've used is Google Search API, Google Engine. And the AI agent I've used here is Grok. I've used the previously used Grok API key. Okay, then This is the city selection agent, and also it search the, this is a URL box, and this is a local expert agent. For all the AI agents, I've used Grok. So for searching on the web, I've used Google Search API key. So those are the main. Planning trips.
So the input is like, so he gave an input of saying 7-day trip to Bali. It gives the itinerary. So
Yeah.
the problem we're solving basically is, instead of going through a travel agency where you have to spend a bunch of money, and normally those agencies don't even give good itineraries, you can search through the entire internet and you can get the best, and it will also take into factor of the reviews and stuff as well, right? So we get the best itinerary possible.
Now, see, this is where we are collecting the data. Now, imagine we are connecting this to the agents, where agent can go and do the booking on your behalf. This is the end-to-end AI application, where this is planning, and then we have those, like let's say Make My Trip, they have their API key, okay? And in this agentic framework, we are connecting that to make the payments for us, right? So that will be the end-to-end AI application. So now are you getting the picture what exactly will be the AI applications? Fine. All right.
Hi. I think as per WHO, the health is going to be the biggest challenge for everyone in terms of how we manage our diets. It's always a big question whether we should go by taste buds or we should go for the healthy food. In those cases, sometimes, Indian foods, sometimes it cannot be easily understood by some of your LLMs, right? Because the way we prepare, how much we fry, those machine learning even can't crack through, like how much deep we fry, right? So in those situations, we would need support of some models. So here is a simple model, like diet analysis using Novita AI, which is an open API, I think. There's no any cost to it. We can try this, where it has the details in terms of any food, you say rice or wheat or dal, anything, it will tell you how much 100 gram contains protein, carbohydrates, and everything, okay? So you go to the playground. So for example, let's say rice is a staple food in the southern India. I say rice. It will take time. And it also throws the amount of risk it involves, what all could be the typical pests which would have been added, pest control, so like since they would have had pesticides and everything. And what would be the 100-gram component. It's taking time because I'm using the hotspot. So earlier I had asked for wheat, rice, it throws the outcome. Like ragi, I had asked for ragi. Like in Karnataka, most of people have ragi. So it gives finger millet, because sometimes some LLMs don't understand ragi, right? So it has the capability to also translate the local slang into also any kind of cereals pulses which relates to the global language. It's taking time, so yeah. So actually that's the model. It will work easily. You can also try this. Thank you. Yes, it gives protein, carbs, and also how, like, what would be the fat, if you could see. For example, ragi, I had put earlier when the internet was good. It says, okay, now you see it is generated for, yeah, so, Yeah. If you go to the top, I just gave the prompt for rice. Okay, you see, carbs is approximately 28 gram per 100 gram, and then protein is only 2.7 gram, and other index, micronutrients, risk assessment matrix, like what would be the diseases associated with this kind of a food, and processing level and all. And again, it recommends alternative to it, like brown rice, for example. You have brown rice and other things which you could consume. Any questions? Yeah. So one. Yeah. No, because then we have to integrate one more, like our BMI also have to be added, because our height, weight, and all those, because it does, and also number of calories in a day we consume or we burn out, depend, that we have to again create a new. Sorry? I think the templates are very nice. The template itself gives a description that if you go to the template here, on the left side, it says this is how you do. And I thought initially I used Grok, thought it will work, but Grok didn't accept for this API key. So it said I went to this Novotel API, it worked. It was a free API. Thank you.
All right, so these two teams, the time is up for the entry, so these two teams are the only ones who will be taking this, okay?
So basically this is for DevSecOps research agent. Am I audible? So basically what it does is like how we can automate the things. There are like pull requests which are being pushed to in the application side, beta deployment. Am I audible? Hello? Check. Yeah. So basically this is DevSecOps agent there. Be it your pull request, be it your build, be it your Sonar scan, be it your deployment, and I think workflow, it helps us to understand. Let me run this. Yeah, this is a bit clumsy there. I need to optimize. We'll get it done there. Basically, the problem statement what we identify is like there are multiple teams which are working, be it your dev, be it your cross team, be it your support team. So they are creating multiple branches, and while deploying to the production, there are challenges. So how do we make it easy? Be it automation, be it a deployment. So whatever it is there, we can go through, understand more about it. So there might be a question, why can't we go with chatbot? Chatbot, yes, it gives the one level info, but here it tries to understand the research paper and gives the more info on that part. So how can we do the left shift also? It is recommending. So we can understand. It is not like it is already trained. So based on the research also, we can get the input and make the changes accordingly. That is a more advantage part of this. So Grok is the one which I have used, not the OpenAI there, because it's open source there. That is the reason I'm using. Let me make it short here. It is still generating. So any questions there? I think I'll keep it very short there. Grok. Template, it's a research one only I used. Research agent. So we can integrate multiple things. I have kept it very simple there.
not making it very complicated there. Yes, there are room for improvement. We'll get it done there. Right, it's a global one. Right now, Grok, it is trying to get the data and populate there. Very simple. Right now, it is very simple. But customization has to be done to make it very effective there. Yeah. Thank you.
Just explain the problem statement and what exactly.
Hi. So, what is it? What is the team? Huh? Data. Okay, so our team, we got this idea that there are many students who are struggling to find jobs that match their skills. Like how these HR people, they have their resources. They have a lot of resources to find people and filter people. But students, we have very less resources that will match our skills to the job. So we got this idea to highlight these keywords in the resume, where we will see, like we go to some Naukri.com or somewhere, and then we see what the job requirement is, and if our skills are matching. So this is mostly used for students and people who are searching for jobs. Yeah. So it goes like this. It will highlight the keywords, it will highlight the experience, it will highlight the education, and it will match the relevance. Thank you.
All right, guys, so that was the last submission. Now, see, one thing we need to understand is, just now we have started with line graph. Okay, and within one day, if I'm asking you guys to come up with some new template, it is possible, we'll be able to build a new template, right? But it will be difficult for us to understand. So the goal of this particular hackathon was that you should be able to at least build the things, right? Irrespective of, even though the template is available, like let's say these people, they have built a resume where it will be giving the highlighting the keywords, right? Every time a student need not to go and prompt ChatGPT. They can build a simple application where put the resume, put the job description, it will highlight the keywords. So like this, there are many practical implementations which we can do. Small products we can build, and we can sell these products as well. Here we need a strong selling team. Right. Even if the product is very simple, if you have a good, presentation for it, you will be able to sell it. Okay. Yes. So while working with the RAG, we need to create a data first, and then that data we can add it. So there's the option where first we will add all the PDF there, and then we can ask same process, so, splitting, chunking, and all those things. Same process we'll be able to do. Yeah, RAG in RAG, AstraDB is down. So AstraDB is the one which we use to store the database. That is down. Same thing, we will also upload the video in the drive as well. You can follow the steps, each and every steps, and you'll be able to make on it. Okay. Right. So on that note, so how many teams have presented? Can you please, one person from the team stand? How many have presented here? Anyone from this? No, okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Anyone from that row have presented? No. Okay. So what was your idea? Travel itinerary. So let's decide who will be the winner. Audience is going to decide. Okay. We are not going to decide. Audience is going to decide. So one is travel itinerary. Okay. Yours? Financial budget planning for women. Okay. Yours? Helping students find the particular keyword so that they can apply for the jobs. And yours was? DevSecOps. Okay, so it has to give the knowledge, answer from its knowledge, and also do the research. And yours was? Diet rate. So one more person did diet, but we'll be considering him as he has submitted first. Okay. So among this, who should we select the first part? You were already late, so time is up. Okay, what is your idea? Okay, so what you have used? Tableau you have used or what? What template you have used? We'll just announce the winners and then we'll discuss, okay? So guys, who do we give the first prize? A practicality we need to look into and tell. Okay, that is, what was yours? Travel itinerary. So how many will say that first prize should go? There are all the prizes are first only. So shall we select travel itinerary? Yes? How many say yes? Please raise your hands. Okay, majority of them. So let's go for the next one. Diet. How many say yes for diet? Sellable product where we can add all the list of food items, click it, it will go to the LLM and it will display. Right, this is good. Okay, so next, yours is, how many say for the resume one? Oh, for the resume, you guys can't raise your hands. Down. Okay. And for the this one? So we need to have that many certificates. We have got some bunch of certificates, only those we can distribute. Okay, so first who do we give? Diet. Okay, you can give them one. Yeah, you can give it.
Actually, I'm a yoga practitioner, so believe in health and well-being.
So if anyone wants yoga classes, reach out to me. Thank you. Wonderful. Okay, second, resume or the itinerary, travel itinerary. Which one? Travel. Okay. So you guys will also get if there are remaining. Let's see. You guys, how many you have? Okay, you can come. Okay, we'll write it again. We'll give after the session. Don't write the names, let them write. One for generative AI, but they have done it. No, they have not received for generative AI. For generative AI. Okay, then generative AI you guys received, right? Come. All right, next goes to resume. Resume? Shall we give for resume, guys? Okay, fine. You guys can come and get it.